Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back. We're playing some more DDO. Today, we are going to head to Sorrowdusk Isle. So, this is actually something I planned to do like a month ago. But things just got pushed back. Kept doing other things in the meantime. So, let's actually prioritize this. But first, let's do our daily dice. Bam. Amazing. I'll take that 200 XP. Yes. Okay. We need to go to House Kundarak. Oh, actually, first things first. Do I have hirelings? Yes, I do. Okay. I think Sorrowdusk is over by like the Black Lock quest. I didn't play this much last night. I was gonna do a bunch of quests, but I was kind of like, shit. I think I have like a ransack bonus on a lot of the low level 20 quests currently. So, I didn't bother playing them yesterday. Okay. Wait, who brings me to Sorrowdusk? Travel agent? Sorrowdusk Isle? Is it you? Hello again. What word from Sorrowdusk? As Kurvik reported, the ogres and trolls of Sorrowdusk have grown vicious and warlike. I must return and find out why. Of course. Let us set out for the docks. Okay. Wait. I want to see something. Hang on a second. Sorrowdusk Isle. Let's abandon this. Okay, you have the quest. Boy there, laddie. Got a moment for a no-luck nodder who lost his mates? What happened to them? Gar, it's a sad tale, or I'm a drowned dwarf. We thought we could make our life's riches hunting for gold on Sorrowdusk shores. Never was there born a bigger lot of fools, and never will there be. Kurvik sighs and shakes his head sadly. Sorrowdusk, where's that? Never heard of it. That's no mistake. They don't put it on any charts, not no more. Too much blood spilled on the ground. It's a haunted place, they say. Used to be a temple there, see? Kurvik lowers his voice and bites his thumb as a ward against evil. A temple of the Dark Six. What's worse? We're the Dark Six. Oh yeah, here's the map. This map's interesting. Whoa. That was weird. Yeah, we can see a lot of the different quest lines here. At Glade Watch Outpost, Irestone Inlet, Sorrowdusk Isle, Three Barrel Cove. That's kind of cool. Okay. Kurvik peers at you with narrow eyes. Are you daft? The Six are the foul gods, the unclean ones, the foes of the sovereign host. They are the ones murderers call out to in the night, who pour poison in the ears of kings. Who are the Six indeed? I was just joking. I knew who the Six were, but what happened on Sorrowdusk? We sailed there. 12 of us. I thought it was a lucky number. Kenned we could get us some of the priest's gold, get rich, and buy a fleet of our own. Damn stupid. We weren't ashore more than a few hours that we got attacked. Ogres and trolls. They went through us like rice at reap time. Ogres and trolls, they don't normally work together, do they? Mad, isn't it? Always thought they'd sooner rot than help each other. But there they were, later. When he was helping me recover after the fight, Bruku told me they've only started banding together recently. Who's Bruku? He's an ogre elder from the Grey Moon tribe. They're the ones attacked the lads and me with the trolls. There was some sort of uprising in his clan, a new chief, and he threw Bruku out for arguing with him. There was more than that, but, well, I'd gotten conked on the head. My memory of those days ain't so good. Can you take me to Sorrowdusk? Take you? Kurvik's eyes widened. Not ashore. Not for all the shards in Kyber. But I can drop you at the coast, and you can head inland from there. All right, I'm ready. Drop me off. Talk to Bruku when you get there. He's not far from the landing. Just follow the path and look for the standing stones. Off you go, and the host will watch over you. Okay, let's do this. I saw a post on the DDO forums that was like the devs asking which of these 4 adventure packs do you want us to create like an epic level variant of? And of the 4 adventure packs that were listed, Sorrowdusk was one of the choices, and it had the fewest amount of votes. I remember when I played this like 15 years ago, Sorrowdusk was pretty popular, but I take it it's not so popular now.
In the hollow to the north waits Bruku, elder of the Grey Moon tribe.
Stop there. You come closer, Bruku split your head open. Feed your brains to Crow. Oh god. Easy now. I'm a friend. Friend? Ah, not many men call themselves friends to Ogrekin. Come with swords and fire. Try to drive Grey Moon tribe off island. Been so since Longfather's time. My Longfather's time. A dragon's age ago. Why should Bruku trust you? Because Kurvik the Hound sent me. Kurvik? Ah, yes, Bruku, remember. Hurt something bad, that one. Wounds nearly kill him, but Bruku find him and help heal. Ogrekin should not be jackals, to let men die in pain. We are better than that. But why Kurvik send you? He told me there was trouble among your people. Bad trouble. Old Hreg was chief, but trolls drove us from our caves. Hreg led Grey Moon to new caves, other side of island. But Ogrekin were not happy. His sister's son Grust overthrew him. Drove Bruku out. Is dark time for tribe. I will help you fight Grust. Not yet. Grust is keeping chief's son, Achka, as hostage. Go to tribe's new cave. Is west of here, on uphill side. Grust is out hunting on far side of island. He not trouble you. You find Achka in prison. Free him. Then come back here, and we plan next step. Okay. So I know Guacamole said that this quest line is, did that fall into the ground? That fell underground. Anyways, I can't loot it. I know that, the Guacamole yesterday said that this works like Tangleroot. Which I hope it's not too much like Tangleroot, because I like the Tangleroot quest, but...
These ogres must have recently dined on the flesh of fallen adventurers.
I wasn't a big fan of effectively doing the same dungeon over and over and over.
The lift here leads down to a long-abandoned mine. It is now home to ogres.
Okay, let's free Achka. I'm also going to swap my spells, because I don't need to use those big expensive ones here. I'm so over-leveled, my, like, frickin' Scorching Hands... Or, what's it called? Burning Hands? Yeah. My Burning Hands will... decimate them. Okay.
The mine is dank and filthy. Angry growls echo from its depths.
Boop! Boop! Boop!
You hear faint voices coming up from the hole, but they're too far away for you to make out any words.
Okay. Which way do we want to go? Oh, we got big old traps. So I'm sure we can probably survive that. I'm guessing. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe. It's a long set of traps, but we can probably survive it. Let's go down here, though. We can probably deactivate it, I'm sure.
Through the door, you hear a rough voice. Hrag's gonna get a surprise when we send him his son's head. The ogre
Who are you talking to?
key clatters to the floor.
You're just talking to yourself? Okay, let's get it. Wait, do we have to go through that trap? There's no way to deactivate it without a rogue? Not much. Not much. How's it going? Let's just gun it. Let's not even wait.
You have the sense of fathomless depths beneath you. To fall into
Nailed
this
it.
chasm be certain death.
Wait, falling in the chasm is certain death? Dang it, I can't try. Oh, leg. Bam.
You see movement in one of the cells ahead. It may be Achka.
I remember one time when my mom was in hospital. I was walking up to her room to visit, and she'd been there, you know, she was like alone a long time. And so I heard like two people's voices like having a conversation, like, yeah, so what are your plans with that? Oh, not much, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I walked in, it was just her. And then when I walked in, she was so embarrassed that I caught her having like a conversation with herself and doing both voices. Okay. Can I talk to you? Hey guys. Achka looks down at you, his eyes narrowing. Who you? What are you doing here? Bruku the Elder sent me. Bruku. Achka's shaggy eyebrows raised in surprise. That wily fox. Never even sure he's still alive until now. Thought Grist had him killed. Har. He sent you to rescue me, huh? That's right. Come on. Best get moving before more of Grust's men come. Achka makes an uneasy face. I will leave, but not with you. Warrior of Grey Moon should not be seen being helped by little people. Ogrekin would not respect that. I go, you leave on your own. Know that I'm grateful, though. Achka will not forget, and neither will my father.
Achka runs out of his cell and disappears down the hall.
Okay, we need to destroy Flame Fang.
The gate is shut and bolted from within. It's meant to keep ogres out.
Okay, yeah, this is totally a Tango Root situation, 100%. There we go. Nice. We got Hellhound Exterminator 2. Okay. With that, let's get out.
The lift here leads down to a long abandoned mine. It is now home to ogres.
Well, that was a very, very fast one.
By the wretched smell, these ogres must have recently dined on the flesh of fallen adventurers. In the hollow to the north waits Bruku, elder of the Grey Moon tribe.
I think that this is the first Slayer zone that Warble and I beat together when I was doing all the Slayer zones. Bruku here from Lord Harag. He grateful you free Achka, but Ogrekin stay loyal to Grust. He got them scared to follow True Chief. What more can I do? Grist back from hunting now. You go back to caves and kill him. Harag, take tribe back then. When Grist dead, you come back to Bruku. We drink palm beer to celebrate. Okay, let's go. Yeah, I seem to recall that I could be wrong about this, but I seem to recall that Sorrowdusk Isle has like 2 different levels. It has like the lower level, which is like the like orcs. I mean, not orcs, ogres and trolls, and then it has a higher level area, like on a plateau that's like cults, like culty and like gargoyles and stuff. But I think that there was a level gap between the two. I think that one was like kind of more low level, one was kind of more medium level. I could be wrong about that.
The tension in the mine is greater than before. The ogres are ready for you this time.
Are they? Boop. Boop. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to, you know, leave you out of that. Oh, got all of you. I just came down here for a mushroom. You guys were just in the way. I don't even get any bonus experience from doing breakables. Why am I breaking stuff? Force of completionist habit. I'm so over leveled for this. No matter what I do, I'm not getting any XP. Come on. Come on. Lag. Lag in trap bridges is not great, but I doubt it does that much. You know what? Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I could easily just run across that bridge. Oops. There we go. Oops. I tried to bluff a door. We can't open that one. Did I miss a key? Okay, I guess we can't go in there yet.
This door stands open.
Or ever,
It
maybe?
doesn't take a Kalashtar to sense that the ogres want you to go in.
Doesn't take a Kalashtar. Good one. Fucking DM got the jokes. I have no idea what that means. I'm sorry. What is a Kalashtar?
The scent of iron is strong here. Flakes of rust lie on the floor near the hole's edge.
Hey, guy. I've heard hireling weapons can break. I didn't know that. Okay, we got some loot. Wait, hang on a second. Kalashtar. Kalashtar are a race of psionic humanoids from the Adar on the continent of Sarlona. Okay. I still... I don't know. That didn't make the joke for me. You had a Kalashtar character. So when he said that joke, when he said the line, it doesn't take a Kalashtar, were you just like, ha! I get that! I've lived that! Okay.
The air shimmers with heat from the machinery in this chamber. You hear shuffling from the ledges above.
Okay, this looks like it's the right way. Let's go the wrong way. Wrong way is always better. Hey, guys. Hey, Encrouched, how's it going? Thank you very much for the sub. Oh my gosh, how have you been? Wait, you're in the States now, aren't you? I think last I talked to you, you weren't in the States yet. Hmm. Okay. You're officially a Yankee Doodle Daddy. How has it been living there? Okay. Hmm. Wait, you only... Oh! For some... I thought you'd been there for like weeks now. Well, welcome to this amazing continent.
A key hits the floor as the ogre shaman falls.
So if oh.
The sound of faint, brutish laughter comes from beyond the locked door.
Oh, nice. So is that a positive or a negative thing? You know, to each their own. So I guess since you're from you know, South Canada, does that mean that you're in North New Zealand right now? Okay. No worries. I'm saying if Australia if Australia is southern Canada, is the States northern New Zealand? Hmm.
Lord Grust glowers at you from his throne in the room to the east.
I wonder what percentage of Americans, like hyper-patriotic Americans, would get offended by calling, instead of calling it like USA or America, calling it North New Zealand.
A roar of rage. The Grust crashes to the floor. His brief reign ended in blood.
You always have to interrupt their
The
lines.
trolls are dead, but their presence here.
There's
troubles
trolls?
you. Bruku must hear of this.
There were trolls? Hey, how's it going, Simplex? The NNZ zone. Sorry, the NNZ zone. So there's one joke I've had with you know, some of my American friends. I've tried to convince them of. See, because my experience with having American friends is that they tend to have an obsession with Canada. That's so, you say things dumb. Canada. Oh my God, metric. What is that? Lol. I get a lot of that from my American friends. So I've been trying to convince them that in Canada,
The lift here leads down to a long abandoned mine.
that we use metric
Now
time.
home to ogres.
Our day is divided into 100 metric hours. You know? I've never fully convinced someone. I've had people just like, I have to look this up. Like, I've had people that are like on the line where they're like, this could be true, but it sounds far-fetched. But I've never really gotten to everyone.
The flesh of fallen adventurers.
Yeah, I mean,
In the hollow,
you
to
can
the
hear it on
north waits
certain
Bruku,
words.
Elder of the Grey Moon tribe.
But in general, like, I can't tell. Like, the biggest is sorry instead of sorry. And, like, people say, like, they claim I say about weird. They're like, you say a boat. I'm like, I'm not saying a boat. But I don't hear a difference with about. But people claim that I say about really weird. The one thing I do say weird, but I don't think this is a Canada thing. I think this is an Ontario thing. Is I say pasta instead of pasta. But I think that's an Ontario thing. I don't think most of Canada does bagged milk, but we do have bagged milk here. But we also do have cartons. Bagged milk is if you just want to buy like 4 liters at a time. Okay, is it done? Did you kill Grust? Yes, he's dead, but there's something more. What more? What else happened? There were trolls in the caves too. They were with Grust. Why? Trolls? Bruku blinks, then his mouth drops open. It makes sense now, yes. Grust make bargain with trolls. They get Grey Moon's ancestral caves. He get tribe, this snake. Death was too good for him. Now that he's gone, they'll come for what's left of your tribe. Bruku, no. Only one thing to do now. You go to Grey Moon's old caves on east side of island. Finish trolls before they know what happened. Kill them all. Leave none alive. And if any ogre kin there, kill them too, the traitors. Then come back and tell me. Sounds good, Bruku. Okay. Let's see. Which way am I going? And then I have to catch up on chat. It's a very round ow instead of o. Like, the thing I will say about my about is it has a little bit of a duller vowel sound, but it still has. I don't know what you actually call it phonetically. But like, you know how like a boat has like one vowel sound, whereas ow has like like kind of like has like a vowel transition. Anyways. Ow about. The other thing that some Americans have been freaked out by is that we call colored pencils, we refer to them as pencil crayons here.
To the south lies the entrance to the caves of the Grey Moon Ogre clan, driven out by trolls.
Okay. Yep. Like that's what it says on the box. Yeah, it does not say colored pencils here. Here, let me look this up real fast. Dang it, I look up pencil crayons and I'm just seeing pictures that say colored pencils. Am I the crazy one? When I look at pencil crayons, I just see colored pencils.
You have come.
Have I just had a Mandela effect happen on me?
Signs of struggle are everywhere. The stink of trolls thickens the air.
Okay. There we go. Oh, God. Okay, you know what? You're making me go on a mission. Okay, let me Google pencil crayons. Pencil crayons. Let me look this up. Why do Canadians call them pencil crayons? I looked at pencil. This is the first thing. So, it's entirely possible that Canadians came to that conclusion after mashing colored pencils with the French crayon de couleur. Furthermore, the French word crayon originally meant chalk pencil and dates back to the 16th century. Although this is a .ca website that says colored pencils. So I wonder if they've changed the name. Pencil crayons, Crayola 24 pack. Let's look at this. Oh, did they? Category pencil crayons. This is Baldwin's School Supply, Arts and Crafts craft room. It's a Canadian website. Crayola colored pencils, blah, blah, blah. Category pencil crayons. Okay. Okay, what does this say on it? Still says colored pencils. You know what, though? I think I'm right. I think that the fucking America's fucking iron fist was pressing down on the Canadian companies to force them to kowtow to how America wants to phrase things. I think this is some anti-Canadian bullshit coming from the South. Oh, that frickin' door. I feel like this is a really bad design for a door. Drawing song from Snack Time. I mean, that's what we always called them in school, like my whole time I was in school.
You hear heavy breathing and guttural laughter. The leaders of the ogre collaborators are ahead.
Okay, let's just heal, buff up. I forgot to do that. Not that I really need any. Hey guys, boop, boop, boop. Get out of here. Okay. What, in Australia you call them colored pencils too? I feel like Australia should call them pencil crayons out of solidarity with their Siamese twins, their identical twins, whatever, to the north. Wait, the board. Yes, this is a video, an MMO of Dungeons and Dragons. It's based on 3.5. It's existed for like 17 years now.
Ogre collaborators are no more. Grey Moon's honor is avenged.
Although people in this game get crazy stats compared to pen and paper. It's actually a really solid, and it is free. They do have a subscription service though, and they also have like, you can earn the in-game currency to buy the content. You can buy pretty much all the content in the game by grinding it, but that would take a lot of time. Or if you buy it, it's really expensive. But it's a quite good game, and you can play a bunch of the content, especially low-level content, for free.
The reek of trolls might make you retch.
Well, you can play all the content for free, but I mean, you have a bunch of the content for free immediately. They have a lot of different narrators for this. Depending on which like adventure pack you're playing, they have different DMs. And the creator of Dungeons and Dragons, Gary Gygax, actually does one. One quest line. And when he passed away, they made like a memorial for him. Ow. Yeah. I actually did a quest that he did the voice of yesterday. He does the Dalera's Tomb questline. So right now,
Growling in the slack leathery feet against stone. Hammerfist, the troll chieftain, squints at you through the gloom.
so for clarity, just to explain what's kind of going on, I'm trying to play through all the quests in this game as like a completionist, right? I kind of want to show off all the content in the game, but it also has a reincarnation system, which is a way to keep you going through the content. It forces your level back down, and when you reincarnate, you get abilities that benefit your character. It lets you switch your class, your race. There's all these different benefits you can get from doing all these past lives. Now, I'm trying to do all the content in one life just so I can max out all the favor, get all the favor unlocks, keep track of what I've done. The only issue is that this game has a lot of quests. It has a lot more quests than you need to level up to max. And so I've grossly out-leveled a lot of the quests in the game. And so a lot of the quests I've left to do, I'm effectively just walking through. You slept with Gary when he came to Australia. The mid-coitus narration was unwanted. It was like... encroached rolls for preemptive release. Succeeds. Gary fails at finishing. That was an encroached premature ejaculation joke for everyone who wants to know. Okay. Let's go over here. Okay. Okay, that's a big gross trap.
Hammer fist crashes to the floor. The last of Hammerfist trolls has been slain.
And Crouch cast Stinking Cloud. That was a mid-coital fart joke.
Shut. You don't think you can open it.
Okay.
And the passage beyond is dark, quiet. It seems to be empty. To the south lies the entrance to the caves of the Grey Moon Ogre clan, driven out by trolls.
We just made jokes about sex with a deceased icon. I think fans of Dungeons and Dragons are gonna riot at this stream. What have you done, Encrouched? Yes.
In the hollow to the north waits Bruku, elder of the Grey Moon tribe.
Bruku smelled troll blood on you. You done at caves? Your people are avenged. The trolls are howling in Delur now. No, not at all. More in deep holes. Speaking of our previous joke. Anyways, no, more in deep holes. Beneath ancestor caves, spirits show Bruku in dream. They keep breeding. Send more to take caves back. Unless you kill them too. Now go, finish what you start. Back to ancestral caves, but go deeper this time. Okay. Most of the quests in this game don't require us to like redo dungeons to progress. This quest line that I'm doing right now just kind of does. But the thing that's crazy about this game, one thing that makes this game extremely unique is that while a lot of MMOs, by the way, the company that made this game also makes Lord of the Rings Online, which is kind of like an opposite game. Because Lord of the Rings Online has a huge overworld. At one point, it was like one of the largest open worlds in any game ever. Whereas this game doesn't have that big of an overworld, but it has a ton of unique dungeons. So it's very dungeon focused. Come on. There we go. Oh, I'm sure. Okay. There we go.
The stink of trolls lingers in the air. Bruku was right. You didn't kill them all the first time.
I have not played Elden Ring. I do own it. I was going to, I was playing through Dark Souls at one point. And then I bailed on Dark Souls halfway through. And just haven't played it. I've beaten Dark Souls before. But I got to like the halfway point. Like I think the last thing I did in Dark Souls was finish off Ornstein and Smo. So I got to like that kind of pivot point in the game where then it's like, okay, now like do the Four Kings and Nito and all that stuff. And to be honest, I think Dark Souls' first half is way stronger than its second half. Tome to teleport. Oh, don't go to that website. I know that website. Okay. Is this locked? Let's see. It is, but not anymore. Ow. Yeah, and they're also going to show up in the VOD. And I'm sure someone clipped you typoing because that way you can be shamed forever. It's probably already on the top of live stream fails right now.
The gate on the far side of this chamber stands open. You hear faint snarling from the darkness beyond.
Oop. Wrong side. Jump! Ugh! Anything over here? Is there anything down below? Is that death down there? I don't know if that's death or if that's a place to explore. And, that's a questionable... Oh, wait. I don't have a hireling here. Oh, whatever. I guess we're going hirelingless. Okay, let's get off this bridge. Nice. Okay, that's open. Bam. To be honest, I really don't think I need a hireling for these quests at all, but hirelings are fun.
You'll have to search for a way to lower the drawbridge. The chasm is too wide to jump.
Is it too wide to... I can make it. Ah! No! I didn't actually mean to jump! Well... Dimension door. It was all intended. Okay, so that's an inescapable pit of death. Don't go down there. There we go. It was just a shortcut. See, it was just my clever way of getting my hireling back. Don't you worry. Totally intended. Thank God for Dimension Door. If I did not have Dimension Door, I would be dead right now. Which would be really embarrassing in a quest that is less than half my level. Boop, boop. Okay. Oh, yeah. And if you're wondering why my character looks like this is what my character actually is. But because I'm a really, like, high-level fire sorcerer, I can now just live my life as a fire elemental. So that's what I do. There we go. Ow. Wait. Oh, too wide to jump sounds just like my mom. Well, actually, to be fair, it would be very, very, very easy to jump my mom because she's in an urn about this big. So, like, you literally don't even need to jump. Encrouched? Wow! What an asshole! Oh, hey there. Bam. Wow, scumbag and crouched. I have.
A rattling sound
Okay.
reach you from the west. You have lowered the drawbridge.
When I was a kid, I wanted to skateboard. I wanted to skateboard so badly because I played Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. So I'm like, yeah, I'm like a skater. Skating is... I know who Bob Burnquist is. I want a skateboard. So one Christmas, I was bought a skateboard, and I stepped on it, and I got really scared and never skated again in my life. I just instantly gave up. I was like, this does not feel secure.
Ogrish runes were carved into the wall here, but it's scratched into illegibility by troll claws. Lord Brack's cave lies ahead.
But I still know who Bob Burnquist is, so I'm pretty much a skater, right?
The presence of trolls darkens the Grey Moon holdings no longer.
Okay. What else is here? Okay, bam. We're done. Wait. Search Grey Moon. Oh, we're not done. We have to climb up.
Your party has reached the deepest part of the Grey Moon Den and found an unexpected sneer of hatred frozen on his face.
It's Quirrell!
Kasul goes to his dark gods.
Okay. We are done. Oh, God. With the mom thing, I saw the people in the room number drop down to under half.
To the south lies the entrance to
That's
the
funny.
caves of the Grey Moon Ogre clan, driven out by trolls.
Nope. I'm out. Oh, God. Okay. Okay. So are we done the, like, low-level area of this? The low part? Or... Because now we're seeing the, like, the cult. Are you talking about, like, Gary Gygax style, or what? Okay.
In the hollow to the north waits Bruku, elder of the Grey Moon tribe.
Bruku grins, showing off a mournful, yellow tusks. Har, last of trolls gone from Grey Moon's caves. I don't know what... he said har, and I turned it into a pirate by accident. Tribe can move back to good side of island now. You do good for Ogrekin. It wasn't just trolls, though. There were others. Dark clerics. Dark clerics? Broken stones. As I fear, cult of Dark Six returned to Sorrowdusk. Then there's still more to be done, isn't there? True, more to be done, aye. But Grey Moon have old power back now. That a victory at least. You choose reward from Grey Moon treasure hoard. It's yours by right of battle. Then talk to Bruku again, and we speak of what comes next. Okay. I don't care about any of this. Let's get a fish. This fish can be used in recipes. Let's get a fish, because I don't care about any of this. Now, time has come to see what cultists up to. Go to Temple Outpost. Follow path past ancestral caves. Up toward Hilltop. They surely keeping some ogres as slaves. Free slaves. Then find Lord Harag. He will be up on Hilltop too. He tell you what to do next. Very well. I will free the slaves and report their liberation to Harag. Okay. So, where am I going exactly? Up here? Okay. Get out of here, hellhounds.
The overgrown jungle does its best to obscure the caved-in ancient ruins.
Okay, I don't care about you guys. Leave me alone. Okay. Where is it? Where is it? Where's the path up? I think it's here. I could be wrong. Is this it? Yep. Troll tunnel to the top of
the
the cliff.
northwest is a tunnel leading to the top of the hill, where a ruined temple lies.
I think it would suck to have a nose like that, because it would be so easily breakable. Plus, it seems very carrot-like. Or parsnip. It looks like a root vegetable is all I'm saying. Okay.
The tunnel to the north leads back down to the bottom of the hill. A battered and scarred ogre chieftain watches you from among the ruins.
Oh. Lord Hreg, do you have anything to say to me? Hreg see visions of ogrekin. In fire smoke at night, ogrekin slaves kept by dark clerics. Go to outpost, free Hreg's people from evil men. Okay, let's do that. Is this the area with the gargoyles? No, it's not. Okay, so these are the higher level quests, I think, if I'm right. Oh, they're not that much higher level.
Was recently excavated and converted into an outpost of the Temple of the Six.
They're not really much higher level. Okay, we got our guy. Let's buff up. Smash all the sarcophagi. I can do that. Bam. Also, what is this? Is this a reputation thing, or is that... Ooh, I favored up with House Beneath.
The rough cavern walls give way to fitted stone. Cries of pain and grave, chanting voices break the silence.
Dude, my character is a sorcerer, and they have 25 strength and 25 constitution. My character's pretty swole. Okay, wait, why did I get so much? What did I just get? I must have gotten, like, oh, Human Slayer. That's why. Human Exterminator. I was like, why did I get experience in here? In this game, you can get up to, like, yeah, 38 charisma. In this game, you can get into, like, the hundreds with some stats.
Ogre stares at you from the cell to the north. He has been beaten and whipped, but his eyes still burn with defiance.
That's like that anime where the one wizard's specialty was being strong as fuck. Isn't that like a whole genre of anime? Okay, there's a whole genre of anime where they do the same plot twist, and every anime they act like it's a twist. Like they're like, no one saw that coming. It's always, oh, we're in a magic school, or oh, we're in a, you know, like fucking space science school or whatever. And they're like, but we have this one kid that's in F class because he fucking sucks, and all these people, oh, I'm fire mage, I'm really good at fire. Oh, I'm the telekinesis mage, I'm really good. Oh, I'm laser scientist, I'm really good. And it's like, man, too bad this one guy's useless and he fails everything. He is so bad. Wow, what a... And then it turns out, oh no, he actually has the strongest power ever, but his strongest power is negating everyone else's power. He has the anti-power. He has the power of the void.
Yelps disturb the gloom.
That twist is in so many anime. Okay. Do I need more keys? Yeah, Twilight was derivative of 50 Shades of Grey.
A few tiny globs, black and tarry, cling to the floor near the wall. They give off a faint, meaty smell.
Meaty oozes. I mean, there's a whole genre of that too, Encroached. You can check it out on Hentai Haven dot whatever. Okay.
Behind the wall to the west, you hear voices murmuring dark orisons to the shadow.
I don't know what an orison is, but that's okay. You guys don't need to know that. What was the... Didn't, like, Norm Macdonald have a joke or something? Was it Norm Macdonald's? about watching like porn movies, where he's like, man, the pacing in porn movies is so off because like you'll start it out and it'll be like the most interesting, exciting movie I've ever seen, and then just there's a point where all of a sudden it's just the most boring thing ever. Just like
Cold, piercing wind.
there's just one point in the movie where it suddenly becomes really boring. Okay. I should never reference Norm jokes when I can't deliver Norm jokes. Okay. I don't know if that was Norm though. I can't remember. Oh, I thought it was when you
Something with
come.
Sharp, ragged claws has scratched the floor near
Okay.
the north wall here.
Okay. Bam. Bam. There we go. Okay, who is your favorite stand-up comic of all times?
The jailer drops a key. You now have the key to the ogre's cells. Deep, grating voices rise faintly, seeming to come up out of nowhere.
Is he like a British comic? I'm trying to is he like a balding British comic? Let me just look him up real fast. Oh, hang on a second. I might be thinking of someone else. Scottish? Yeah. I think I can picture him. Maybe I have the wrong person. Maybe I have the wrong person. Oh, I do recognize it. This is not who I was thinking. But I recognize him. Bill Burr is great. The thing I like about Bill Burr, like... Bill Burr has a clear, like, strategy of putting himself against the audience, making them think he's terrible, saying something that no one will agree with, and then dig himself out of the hole. Or like, pull the audience into the hole with him. Either one. Either he'll climb out so that he's back on the audience's level, or he'll drag the audience down so that he's like, no, you guys are pieces of shit too. Like, one of those two. He's really good, at putting himself in situations where things are stacked against him and then using that to his advantage. Okay. The ogre stares at you with glazed eyes. What's this? You not part of Six Cult? What were the cultists doing with you? They used to dig out temples, move stones, trolls help too. Then they done, throw in prison. Say they kill us for their gods. You'll be no sacrifice now. Go back to your people. The ogre nods and then shambles away.
The ogre shoves out of his cell
Jim
and
Gaffigan.
flees to safety. Now to help his fellows.
The ogre stares at you with glazed eyes. Okay. You'll be no sacrifice now. I think, like, for me, Norm is maybe the funniest person I've ever seen. But I feel like Norm really benefits from interacting with people. So, like, I feel like I prefer Norm in conversation than his stand-up. Because I think he's really good at, like, steering people around. And then, like, yeah. Norm is awesome with that. There's a few people that I think really benefited from conversation. Like, one of them was Patrice O'Neill. Patrice O'Neill was also a great stand-up. But Patrice O'Neill was one of those people who is just so quick-witted. Oh, there we go. This game is laggy sometimes.
Bone make a trail that stops abruptly at the east wall of the passage.
Ow! Oh, not good, not good, not good, not good. Come here, wait. I mean, the on-stage comic that has probably made me laugh the most during their stand-up act was probably Louis C.K. He has one joke that is, I feel like is the funniest joke I've ever heard. There we go. Bam. Oh, is that the guy? Hang on a second. Okay. That's just a normal ogre. The fact that he was like friend and center, I wasn't sure if he was like special. Okay.
The ogre slaves have all been freed. The cult of the Six no longer has any hold over Grey Moon.
But I haven't seen any new Louis C.K. post the event. I haven't seen his stand-up post. You know what? Okay. Oh, yeah. I mean, the reality, like, the thing with Louis C.K. is that he stopped going through, like, a lot of these guys go through, like, Ticketmaster or whatever.
Was recently excavated and converted
He stopped doing that and was selling his stuff through his website. He was selling his movies through his website. So, at the moment that you have an audience that is a completely, like, captive audience that isn't reliant on other people's platforms to monetize, you know, it's one of those things that, like...
A battered and scarred ogre chieftain watches you from among the ruins.
I was actually offered, just recently, I'm trying to remember when it was. I was offered a free ticket to Louis C.K. this year, but I couldn't go. Ogre slaves free now. Brag here already. What kind of what of clerics? There were many of them, and wights and trolls serving them as well. Wights? Hreg, fear this may be so. Men are trying to take back Dark Temple. Spread woe like in old days. Ogrekin too weak to stop them now. You must do it. Where do I start? Go back to Outpost. Find Librum of the Six and bring to Hreg. The Librum of the Six, what's that? Sacred text of Dark Six followers. Evil, evil book. Left to rot in Outpost. Ogres leave alone all these years, but clerics must have taken it back. It may have clue about their plan. You find, bring to Hreg. I know, that was the hope. Because I feel like if I had to close my eyes and picture what his penis would look like, I would picture it... Here, let me just look this up. Let me find a picture. Okay. I feel like it would look like this. I feel like it would just look exactly like this, but just down there, you know? There's a very kind of phallic vibe, you know? I feel like the penis would also have this expression. Like, I would pull it out, and that would just stare at you like that. So, I have seen Chernobyl. I love it. I think episode 1 of Chernobyl is the single best horror movie I've ever seen in my life. I mean, that and Hereditary. But, like, Chernobyl episode 1 is one of the best. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think that series illustrates a horror that I've never seen conveyed elsewhere. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the idea that that there's this invisible thing, and by the time you're aware it's there, your death is already like a sealed fate.
Frigid. A rasping voice growls up from the shadows, but you cannot make out the words.
There was also a podcast that was released alongside it, and it was really interesting because you know how there's the there's kind of this scene where the people are in the room and they're like, the guy's like, dude, like the reactor's open, it's exposed, and they're like, that's impossible, and he's like, no, like the reactor is it exploded, and they're like, that can't be, and they're like, it is, and he's like, I want you to look inside, and the guy's like, I can't look. If I you want me to look inside a death thing? And the guy's like, yeah, you have to look. It's not explode. But part of the thing is that these guys, they have to have it not be true because they know that if it's true, they're all dead, right? Even though the one guy actually did like live a long life. But I don't know. I thought it was really interesting that it's like you have this denial because otherwise it means that as you're in this room, you're already dead, basically. I don't know. It's a certain type of horror that it feels like it would be so hard to grasp with. Very good series, though. And I heard, is The Last of Us directed by the same director?
You will not have the book. Turn back and leave Sorrowdusk forever.
I think my sister told me that the director of Chernobyl is also the person that directed The Last of Us.
Again, the voice calls you. If you come to the Fane, you are doomed. Go back and leave Sorrowdusk to the faithful.
Yeah, my sister was really, really strongly trying to talk me into watching The Last of Us. She was trying to use whatever she could to convince me. And then eventually what she said was, she called me yesterday and was like, listen, here's the deal. You need to watch that show, so either you watch it on your own time or when you come over, I'm forcing you to binge it all here. And I was like, okay, we can do that. She's like, no. You really want to be forced to watch it when you just watch it on your own time? Right now you have all the free time in the world, but you're saying you would rather be forced to watch it. So I was like, okay, fine, I'll freaking watch it, okay? So I watched the first 3 last night. It is very good, but it's also it is dark in a there's different types of dark things. I don't mind things that are really dark, but I like things that have a more hopeful or neutral vector to where it's going. Whereas The Last of Us is a very, 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 like, it's just like everything's getting worse. Yeah, I watched the playthrough of the game years ago, but I don't. The only problem, I'm not gonna say any Last of Us spoilers, but the only problem is I know the ending of The Last of Us 1, and I know the big thing in The Last of Us 2 that was contentious. So I know broadly where certain things in this story are going. I feel like The Last of Us 2 is incredibly difficult to talk about without spoilers in certain ways.
You are persistent, growls the disembodied voice. It will be your undoing. The Libram of the Six will not leave these halls.
The story was out of order. Mechanics you were taught were never used at scale. Oh, interesting. Yeah, there's a thing where I feel like I don't know how to say this without spoiling anything, and I'm not going to spoil it. So it's a tough thing to address. I think that there's certain things in The Last of Us 2 that would not be as controversial if they were in a show. Because I think that there's things in shows. There's things in shows like, you know, Game of Thrones, whatever. Like, there's all sorts of shows that have these certain things that happen that are viewed as these, like, really brave story decisions that people really kind of look back on like this was one of the best things in the show, right? But I think in the context of the game series, I don't know how to phrase this without spoiling stuff. I will say, I think if the story plays out the same way, I think it will be less divisive in the show. There we go. Bam. Oh. I want you to wait there. Okay, are we good? I did have an idea about... Wait. There's one scene where there's an animal in a barbed wire fence that should have been at the start of the game. Oh, yeah. I did have a thought about The Last of Us that I think is kind of interesting. Ah, dang it. I can't really say this without spoiling. So I guess I won't. Okay, I'll allude to what I was going to say. I think that The Last of Us is interesting in that you know, if you're looking at it from like the context of like the hero's journey, it does a subversion of that with the role of the mentor that I think is very interesting. That's what I'll say. Okay, what do we need to do? Okay, we need to go down there. And I think that in the beginning of the game and the beginning of the show, they really toy with the expectations of the hero's journey. Oh, okay. Here we go.
The voice booms, crackling with hate as you pass through the once barred gate. The Keeper will have your souls when I am done with you. From the midst of the fane, a ghostly form glares down at you.
Goodbye.
This is Talaris, one of the cult's ancient priests of the Dark Six. As the final protector of the Libram of the Six falls, the barrier surrounding it dissipates.
Are they? Hey, so I have a question. I feel like you would be a really, really, really interesting person to talk about the current state of AI with.
The Libram of the Six is yours.
Have you seen the maybe. Have you seen the Athene AI show? I've never used ChatGPT. Never used it.
This mausoleum was recently excavated and converted into an outpost of the Temple of the Six.
Okay. Here, let me try to find something. Okay. Let's see. AI Hasanabi. Come on.
We get your ex-leditor saying, Hassan, what do you think about Forsen and XQC dating?
Oh man, when I heard the news about Forsen and XQC dating, I have to admit I was a little surprised. On one hand, I think it is great that two public figures from the same community have formed such a strong connection, be it romantic or otherwise. On the other hand, however, I think it is a shame that capitalism has finally infiltrated our beloved world of Twitch streamers and allowed the wealthy and powerful to form romantic connections while the average streamer is left without a chance. In any case, I wish them the best of luck and all the happiness in the world. Who knows, maybe they will set an example of how to make it in the streaming world without having to rely on money and connections. That'd be great. And hey, if it all goes up in flames, at least they'll both have plenty of money to fall back on.
Ex-leditor, Hassan, what's your most controversial opinion?
Man, that's a tough one. I guess my most controversial opinion would be that capitalism and liberalism is actually what's wrong with the world and is the root cause of a lot of problems. Of course, it's impossible to prove this, so I guess this opinion is untestable or moot in some areas. But if we're talking about politically and societally powerful countries like the US, then it definitely holds true.
Okay.
All of this and more.
And every day... Yeah. Every day, they have different guests that are based on streamers and stuff, right? So, hang on. Let me just get this set back up. Boop. Okay, I think we were here. Okay. So they've done Asmongold. They've done all sorts of people. Basically, what he said is, Athene said his goal is to basically have people that aren't going to be pissed off currently, right? So they're probably not going to do people like Pokimane and things like that, at this point, or at least they'll wait until she would give explicit permission. But they've had, they did CoffeeZilla, stuff like that.
A scarred ogre chieftain watches you from among the ruins.
I find you would know a lot more about this than me. But I find that the last year of what we've seen on the outside of AI, the progression in this past year has been absolutely insane. Because 1 year ago, I was doing night cafe AI, like, hey guys, you want me to do an AI picture with night cafe? And they were jank as fuck. And now you have people using prompts to win art competitions. Yeah. And this is a thing that I'm facing a lot. Like, I'm a musician, so this is a big conversation in like the arts communities in general, because I think a lot of people, they were with AI, they're like, oh, it'll get rid of our need to, you know, fucking work in a Ford plant, and instead we'll be able to focus on the things we really want, like art. And now it's like, actually, AI struggles a bit with working in a Ford plant, but it works very well at art, and arguably does art better than people, and way faster. And a lot of the discourse I've been seeing in political communities are saying, well, you know what? If you're working in a useless field like art, maybe you should do something more productive, like learn to code. And I'm like, wait, you don't think coding will get replaced? You think that there's enough room for everyone to become a coder? Like, there's certain fields that are really valuable right now, but there's clearly like a finite amount of space when you have a tech. And people are saying like, well, yeah, when we got cars, like horse drivers went out of business, but that doesn't. But then they were able to become drivers of cars. It's like, yeah, but if you have something that like that technology was replacing the horse. Coded a program for your teacher friend? Yeah, I mean, ChatGPT is going to make it so that people don't need to ever do their homework again. And like, it's already at that level. Yeah, so anyways, the thing is, the car was a technological advance that replaced horses, not people, right? This is a technology that replaces people. But so much of the art discourse I see online is saying like, oh, we need to boycott, we need to stop AIs, we need to boycott people that use AI art, stuff like that. And I'm like, dude, that is not something that will ever happen. You're not going to be able to stand in the way of this technological advance. Right? Like, this is something that you have to accept, but what you need to do is we need to, like, in my opinion, this is like my political stance. You view it as a boilerplate of many industries will become much more complex and readily available. Can you expand on that? Yeah. You want to code X that does Y. Okay, so you want to code X that does Y, so you start with a template. In the future, you would ask for a template that does Y. And just add the guts. Yeah, because here's my fundamental like political stance on AI. I think AI should be the single best like technology that humans have ever created. I think it has the potential to be the best thing for humanity that has ever happened. And its existence should only be good. But the reality is that I think that there's a lot of precautions that need to be taken in advance, and I think that us approaching them like politically or societally is way behind what the rate at which the advance is going. I think this year people are all only really becoming aware of AI being a process, and yet the advancement from 1 year ago to now is so unbelievable to me that we went from shitty, horrible, janky, surreal pictures to like approaching Turing test kind of like in certain situations. I'm sure it passes the Turing test, right? But when I'm saying approaching Turing test, I'm talking about, like, these deepfakes pass the Turing test. You know, we're going to enter an area where you know that the next election, you're going to have, you know, Party 1 does a hate campaign on Party 2. Party 1's hate campaign is either a deepfake, or Party 2, or if it's truthful, Party 2 claims that it's a deepfake. And you won't be able to decipher the difference between if it is genuine footage or if it's faked footage and which party is lying. So then the vote just goes towards whoever has the ideological power and not to what the truth actually is. Yeah. So there's certain things that I think are of, like, that it's like, guys, we need to have these conversations like fucking 10 years ago, not right now. But at the very least, let's start now and not next year. But yeah, so as someone in the arts, I'm just like, we clearly need some way to make sure that we don't just have big swaths of people just fall into crazy poverty because they don't have a role. Okay, we're going to start to get to the point where AI tells us to start our cars at different times of the day and somehow resets climate change. All that does is reduce the currency of broadcasts and requires in-person viewership. Trust will fall through the floor for television, news, and digital. Yeah, I mean, we've already seen that a bunch in the past, like, you know, 2015 through now. But yeah, in-person viewership isn't going to sway an election. Yeah, I don't know. It's really interesting. To me, this is the biggest, like we're on scales and we're like, man, I really hope it goes this way. But like, there's certain things that you're like, fuck, AI, like, you know, if it becomes like political, like, let's do cyber warfare with AI and stuff like that, you're just like, oh god. Like, there's certain kind of like Cold War era or like 20th century world conflict problems that it's like, dude, you introduce AI into the mix, like, I've never seen Elysium or Elysium, however you pronounce it. Anyways, you bring book. Greg, see it and dream. Very well. Now you give Greg read. Maybe learn why cultists here. I don't know I can trust you with this. Book not magic is only words. Greg not use it for bad. You don't know that by now. Greg not know what to do. Please, cultists must be stopped. Give Greg book. Greg takes the book, runs his hand over it, then looks up at you. His eyes narrow. Greg reads this, but it takes time. Meanwhile, you go to the main temple and find worship hall and smash the altars that make the clerics good and angry. Man, I swear though, with AI, like, so many people that I talk to, I feel like are in straight up cope mode. A lot of musicians, I hear them say like, oh, you know, I don't think AI will be a big deal for music. I think music will be one of the last things to fall. I'm like, dude, fucking wrong. But they're like, yeah, because people will always value live performance, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, really, dude? Have you seen musicals? Musicals used to have a full band. Now musicals use tracks because they can pay fewer people. The act of recording has replaced musicians. You don't think that the act of dynamic, virtuosic musicians and composers that can have way better output and performance than what humans are capable of will not have an... You know... And not only that, it's not just about being virtuosic and being fast. It's also about tailoring music to someone's taste based on what they listen to. Someone says, oh, I really fucking love Ariana Grande and then, like, fucking Imagine Dragons. And then, like, this niche weird band from my hometown. AI can be like, oh, well, what do these have in common? I can create your perfect fucking music. Why did the AI ask us all to take a step backwards at 12:03? What's up with that? Well, last time the harvest yield tripled, so just do it. Don't ask questions. Yeah. Oh god. The
jungle
Seinfeld thing was
struggles to
funny.
claim this corridor that obscures
Has it been unbanned? I saw it got banned for one bit that it did. That was just like, but they took it down to, yeah. Well, did you see the ban clip? But I thought banning it that brought an interesting question.
foul miasma shrouds these ruins.
It wasn't racist.
Temple of the
It
sick
was
lies dormant no more.
it was like an anti-trans clip. It was like I can't remember what it said. Yeah, it was Jerry Seinfeld doing a stand-up bit, and it was kind of like. But the thing that was weird about it is he was saying something anti-trans, and then the audience wasn't laughing in the clip, and then he was like, "What? You guys don't find this funny?" Like, so the audience was against him in the clip of him saying the things. It was really weird. Like, he was saying something about them, like, destroying society or something. Destroying the framework of society. Or something like that. And then they weren't laughing. And then he was like, why is no one laughing? Why does no one like this? Yeah. So yeah, it does raise certain interesting questions, because
The way out is shut and will not open again. You must find another exit when your task is done.
Because on one hand, you're like, this thing did different comedy bits, or attempted comedy bits, every minute for like 4 days straight or something, right? And so, if this thing is just randomly generating content, and 1 minute out of 4 days worth of things, 1 minute goes off the rails, you're like, in the scheme of things, you're like, this thing is actually batting almost 100%. But the thing that was the most interesting about the Seinfeld was how bad the bits were. And then the next day, you're like, wait, this is a bit better. Then the next day, you're like, wait, why is this getting better? And it was actually like, it was actually improving itself. I took a clip of one that was hilarious, but then when I went to show people, it was taken down because it was banned, right? But yeah, the one I clipped was like Jerry Seinfeld had a bit that was like, man, people always talk, people always talk about their pets, and have you ever noticed that people always talk about their pets and how wonderful they are and how smart they are? Well, it's like, look at this person. They're like, oh, your dog, my dog's so great. No, your dog's an idiot. It doesn't even know how to talk. And then they're like, oh, my cat is so smart. No, your cat's actually just stupid, and it doesn't even have a job. And then your goldfish, you don't even have a funeral for it. You just flush it down the toilet. And don't get me started on bird people. And I was like, it's just making this shit up. What is this? And it's funny because it's like, it definitely like was not Turing test passing, but like it's following threads. I don't know. It was a very interesting thing. But yeah, I definitely, it does raise an interesting question about what to do with, do you ban AI? Should you ban that show for saying things that should get a person banned, right? Like, how do you apply the terms of service? So clearly Twitch says, yes, if a person says something hateful, it gets banned, right? It's what is being said that is bannable. It's not the, so, if a person were to say that, they would clearly get banned, right? There's no world in which a person saying that should be allowed on Twitch. But the AI thing, it becomes a more complicated question, I think. Because there's clearly not... Yeah. There's not an ideological bend on this, but you're also saying, like, well, you probably don't want to... If the argument against Twitch is that they're applying rules inconsistently, then you probably don't want to just flagrantly say, like, okay, let's ignore that rule for this situation. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's an odd. It's a. Yeah, but then the question is, how do you prevent that? Do you just like blacklist certain words? Because like part of the thing is like the reality with Seinfeld is for the AI, because the reality with Seinfeld is the whole comedy for Seinfeld is complaining about shit, right? So this topic comes up and we complain about it or whatever. I shouldn't say the whole, but that's a large part. So the comedy bit for him on stage is never going to be like, man, have you ever noticed that people have pets and they're great? Like, you see a pet and it can do all these crazy things. It's really good. I like pets, right? It's always going to be someone having an irrational irritation with something, right?
The air here seems choked with bleakness and evil, as if all joy has been drained from this place.
So I feel like with that structural setting in place with the AI, you just have to basically say like, okay, listen, we're not going to let it talk about race in general or whatever, like anything like that. I feel like this is going to be a big trap.
Worship hall. Now
No?
you must destroy all the altars of the Dark Six.
There's probably an additional layer that determines the theme or critically. Yeah. I feel like we should do the encroached AI stream. The big AI talk. Because I just have feelings about things, but I have no, like, knowledge of the actual processes.
The Dark Six, but 4 remain hidden around the outer temple. They must all be smashed.
So in a broad societal sense, I'm going to ask you a very, very broad question as someone who works in this field. Do you lean more... Okay, if we had a scale of, like, where you think we're going with AI in terms of optimism and pessimism, right? So 50-50, scales balanced, do you think it could go either way, coin flip? What percent do you think you are optimistic at where it's going? What percent do you think you are pessimistic about the future of AI? Okay, where are we going? This looks like it might be where we're supposed to go. Okay, let me backtrack. Like, your problems, solutions, questions are all very human. You know what I was saying to my dad? I think we just need to just agree to submit to the AI overlord now. Like, let's not... And you know what? I don't know if you saw the Animatrix, like, what was it called? The Second Renaissance? Like, fucking put me in the Matrix. That is my dream. I don't care about things being real. Put me in that fucking dream. Make me an immortal battery in a paradise. I'm cool with that. I don't need shit to be real. AI will always just be, will just do with the entire internet. Oh, yeah. As its divining rod? Okay, let's see. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I feel like there's going to be... Man, you just know that the field of cybersecurity is going to eventually become AI versus AI, right? Like, because so problems will have solutions we can't... Yeah, exactly. because I feel like at a certain point of technological advancement, like, people would have the ability to generate or have access to their own independent AIs that they could, you know, affect independently of the AIs that are owned by big companies. But then, like, things like cybersecurity would probably be like AIs operating against that, but the AIs would have a lot more development and like materials to develop, so they would learn how to protect themselves.
This door
And
is
we're kind of
sealed.
like sitting beside,
Powerful
watching this
malevolence
unfold.
lurks behind it. Best that it remains shut for now.
Yeah. But yeah, in terms of the development of AI, what percentage do you think things societally are going to get better, and what percentage do you think things societally will get worse? What is your stance on that, if you're willing to share
The
that?
last altar crumbles to dust. A wave of rage buffets the temple. Stills. Power of the Dark Six is lessened.
100% better? I feel, listen, I'm so I'm so out of the actual loop on that side. I like I lean a little bit, well, I lean a lot a bit more pessimistic. But I feel like there's certain things, profits from using an AI you don't question will remove most aspects of human greed. I mean, that would be amazing if things like that were like readily adopted. Like, because here's the thing, realistically, in a best case scenario, find another exit from the temple. In a best case scenario, what you have, yeah, exactly. A lot of it is if it's trained on ownership, if it's trained without, say, like, kind of having precautions for minimizing damage, if it's and maximizing good, things like that. There would be scenarios where you could say, okay, let's try to create a scenario where we maximize personal profit, which is fine, but we also maximize well-being of others without the expense of whoever's creating it. Like, not saying like, oh, let's go full communist, but say like, what's a way that the person who is investing in this will still profit a lot, but also benefit society as a whole and also benefit the planet. Like, there's certain things where if all these concessions are made that are looking at, wait, what did that do? Making sure that we don't just have broad classes of people that are just fucked. That'd be great, but the question is this going to come from benevolent, like benevolent people with access to the technologies, or is it going to come, like, do governments regulate it? Like, what is the...
You can escape now.
And so, for me, my feeling with AI and my feeling with, like, certain financial realities has always been, I think things are going to get a lot worse, and then they will get better. Like, I think that... Because I think that a lot of these realities will hit us in the face, and we won't adjust to it in time. And then we will be forced to adjust to these realities, and then it will improve. So, like, that is my gut feeling for how things are going to go. I just wish some of these questions would be addressed in, like, the public sphere now, rather than at the point where it's just like, dude, like...
A foul miasma shrouds these ruins. The Temple of the Six lies dormant no more.
Yeah, and it's frustrating to me. The thing that's frustrating is there's, like...
The jungle struggles
Oh,
to
here we go.
claim this corridor that obscures the gargoyle.
Like, I've seen like left-wing people that I respect a lot that are very smart. I've seen them say about artists like learn to code. It's just like, wait, that's the solution? If that is the solution. Welfare was increased in Australia 2 times during the pandemic. The economic professionals Told the government that the amount should stay because it'd be better for the economy. They said no because of pettiness and small-mindedness.
A battered and scarred ogre chieftain watches you from among the ruins.
Greg looks at you, his eyes troubled. Here's the thing. Okay, I'm going to be real. When I say the would hopefully overrule that kind of issue. Yeah, I think that the technology should have the ability to resolve a lot of really big problems. So, for instance, one of the political things, like I've been looking into a lot, and the problem is I'm economically a very ignorant person for like economics in general, but particularly like national, economy. One thing that always made sense to me was something like universal basic income, etc. But the counter argument that I see a lot is basically like, a lot about inflation, about if you don't have work incentivized, then pillars of society and economy, they wouldn't have a reason to work in these, and that the free market essentially incentivizes working in these positions because, like, as long as there's always a financial need, then these roles will be filled, right? So, like, if there's a universal basic income, why would someone work in processing trash? Is what some people say. But in a free market, well, that money is essential, blah, blah, blah. And then, like, my view was, like, that you could have one without getting rid of the financial incentive or benefit from working in these other fields, etc. But fundamentally, I don't know the impact on the economy. I don't know what is actually the best direction for the economy, because I fundamentally think having economy where some people make more money, I think, is probably good. Because it does make sense for there to be an incentive to do certain things, to go in certain directions. But I also feel like you want an economy that doesn't have a class that just is screwed. And I feel like I don't know what the right answer is. I feel like an AI at a certain point will be able to run these numbers and be like, come on, guys, like, this social program is not necessary if you have this social program, so you don't need to tax double the funds because this actually encompasses that, blah, and just like works the numbers for you. At some point, the jobs that can't be automated will be paid well. Those without jobs will be able to earn without the ability. Yeah. So, like, a lot of these things I feel like should be resolvable. UBI is basically a long-term stimulus package. Yeah. Because, like, in Canada, during the pandemic, we had something called the CRB or the CERB at different points. And it was effectively, which only increases inflation if you all don't spend. Yes. It was effectively a universal basic income. It wasn't really a universal basic. It was effectively a guaranteed basic income, but not really. It was only you only got access to that income if you earned a certain amount of money the previous year. So if people were like a student or something the previous year, they didn't get that money. But if they had worked a job, even if it was like a part-time job, they got it. Yeah, we did have some UBI trials here since like the 70s. But yeah, there's certain things. The reality, it becomes hard for me. Like, if I'm trying to objectively figure out what the best decision for everyone is, it's really hard to it's really hard to know what the best decision is when the thing you're advocating for directly benefits you, right? The question is this, am I advocating for this because it benefits me, or am I advocating for this because it actually is for the best, but it also happens to benefit me, right? And it can sometimes be hard to disentangle those two. So that's why I don't want to, like, while in my gut I have like a big feeling towards, like, wish towards certain things, I'm also in a very volatile profession that is made even more volatile by, who's made it was extremely volatile during COVID, is made even more volatile by certain technological advancements and stuff like that. And so certain things affect me specifically. Is that then blinding me to what is actually better societally for everyone because of my personal biases? Okay, look, you've personally made entire departments redundant because their job was copy-pasting data from one spreadsheet to another. With that outlook, those people were basically getting UBI because they were doing useless work. Yeah. Okay, Craig. Craig looks at you with his eyes troubled. Is done? Is temple cleansed? Good. But that not the end of it. Craig studied part of Book of Six while you were away. Cultists up to something worse than just reclaiming temple. They raise corpses of old priests from long ago. That where whites come from. Then they should be stopped. Craig thinks so too. Go back to temple and kill their leader. The prelate? Wait, what is that? Let me look this up. Let me spell things correctly.
Prelate.
Yes, I got it! It's a bishop or other high ecclesiastical dignitary. Okay. Go back to temple and kill their leader, the prelate. He is raising whites. If he dies, dead men will stop rising to work on Sorrowdusk. Also, find way to the inner sanctums of temple, but do not go in, not yet. Dark things afoot, too dangerous to interfere now. Use side entrance into temple this time. They seal off the front. Oh, I gotta check something real fast. Okay. Okay. The bar of what humans should be doing needs to be raised, and the void needs to be filled with the UBI. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Also imagine the art and music that could be made when essentials are taken care of. That's the thing though, right? Like that is why I'm a lot more pessimistic than you. Because what you are saying is the argument that where AI was kind of sold to us as was saying for human history, we look back on history, right? And when we look at like the Romans, when we look at the Greeks, when we look at the Egyptians, whatever, in general, like, I mean, in general, we're not like, oh my God, look at their, listen, Romans had a cool sewer system thing going on, right? Great. But we don't talk about that in the same way that we talk about like, oh, look at these chapels, look at this architecture, look at these statues, look at the writing, stuff like that. Like, the things that we seem to value from history is often art, right? And obviously that doesn't mean listen, obviously it's more important to have a doctor than it is to have a fucking person playing a lute or a trombone or a thespian, right? Obviously there's certain things that are more fundamental for society. But when we look at what we value in society and what we take pleasure of and what we get catharsis from and what is meaningful to us, it generally is in the field of art. And so when AI was kind of being sold to us in a way, I think that your argument is kind of the argument that was the selling point. Listen, we are often cogs in a machine that do certain things because that's your responsibility in society, but your responsibility in society is often doing redundant things that society doesn't actually need you to do, but you need to do it to exist in society. So we have space for all these jobs that are actually immediately replaceable instantly. And the reason we don't replace it is because it would fuck people over, but they do it because they need to for them to profit, but society doesn't need it, right? Like, society just has so much redundancy. And then there are areas where society does need people and people aren't doing it, right? Like, we need more nurses. We need more, you know, people in like construction or whatever, right? But often the important thing is not what the job is, it's that that you have the job. And so they will keep these things. So the thing that people kind of sold with AI is, hey, we fill
into an outpost of the Temple of the Six.
We can replace the things that people don't want to do in the world, the things that we need for society, but that people don't get personal value from. And then that time that will be taken away from those things can be spent in this terrain of art and stuff that we value. But what is actually happening, from what I see, is AI being like, holy shit, I art way better than you. Dude, you spent days on that? I fucking made this shit and it's way better than what you could do. And then people are like, oh, that's really cool. I can get any art that I want. And then the artist is like, well, fuck me. And then they're like, well, learn to code. AI taught with human art history will produce human art until it learns from broken stuff and converges into something new and genre defining. I for the record, I sound like I'm anti-AI art. I am completely pro AI art. I am completely pro AI. As a technology, you would hazard a guess that humans are limited by their interactions with society. I don't know what you mean by that exactly in this context, but when it comes to creativity, yeah, but I mean here, I don't know. It depends. I mean, I've gotten into avant-garde art a lot, and it becomes a weird terrain. Because here's the thing. Like, I could have a conversation with you, and if you and I are having a conversation, and I say, our conversation is limited based on the human experience that we've shared, right? Like, we speak English. That's very limiting. Instead, I could just go like, bless and blues, right? And you're just like, what do you mean? And I'm just like, right? And you're getting no meaning out of that, but I'm saying, no, I'm being creative and I'm unhampered by the limits. Like, no, in certain ways, art is trying to communicate something, right? Just like language is. Or it's trying to express something. And so there becomes a shared lens in which people see something, right? And so without that...
The wrath that abated with the altar's destruction
sure.
has returned threefold. You feel as if you might drown in fury.
But this is like fundamentally veering into like an art history conversation. Like veering into an art history conversation, we get into this situation. Firstly, if I listen to a minor seventh interval, here, let's just look up something. Minor seventh interval held. Let's see. Okay, hold it.
The minor seventh.
Okay, I don't want to lecture on it. Let's see. Minor seventh drone. Come on. That's not. Oh no. Okay, not an A minor 7. Oh wait. Sorry. Major 7th. I want a major 7th. Not the chord. Okay, fuck. Let's do semitone drone. Flat 9 drone. Oh my god. Okay, whatever. I can't illustrate this point. There's certain intervals that if an average person hears it and they just hear it sustained, they'll be like, that is ugly. That is tense. That is that sounds bad. That makes me agitated. You know, right? If you put certain notes in like a pop song, people will be like, oh, yikes. It's something that often jazz people playing like in rock bands, people say stop playing jazzy notes or something. Like if you play a 7th on a triad. And the reality is it's because those people are hearing the same thing differently, right? The context of what you're hearing, the exact same thing,
A minor seventh will sound, I mean, a major seventh will sound differently to me than it will to someone else, because my exposure to it will be in the context of all these other things where I might have different associations of, and I might like the sound of unresolved things because I hear it in the context of, oh, this key, oh, against this subconsciously, where other people are like, oh, there's this thing, it's just, it sounds like it's supposed to resolve, but it doesn't, and it sounds really bad. Right. So, how we interpret it, how we interpret anything is all going to be from exposure. Have you seen the article suggesting we are collectively navigating away from pop music chords? I haven't. But I mean, I've seen some things in music where like Adele has certain songs that are very reminiscent of like jazz standards, like musical theater standards from like 1950s or something, which with a lot more complex kind of movement, and people love it. I mean, I don't think that there's any problem with the pop chords, but it can be limiting. It gives you limited options if that's only all you listen to, because there's a reason why we like it. There's a reason why it sounds good, but there's also other feelings you can convey that you can't convey with just those sounds. But my point is,
magic suffuses the gate. Perhaps the runes above it provide a clue to opening it.
if a major seventh is consonant or dissonant, it's not inherently consonant or dissonant. It's all has to do with the relationship with it based on the listener, based on their experience, right? And I think music, there's nothing inherent about music that has any value except with relationship to the listener, right? And the place where we really explore that is in avant-garde music. Because historically, in music history, broadly, and I'm probably saying a bunch of things wrong, we had classical music where you had all these rules about tonality, right? And then you introduce romantic music, and it's still tonal music, but they start veering away from some of these rules, and they have a lot more tension. And people were doing classical music riots, right? They're like, this is terrible. This is too tense. You can't do that. You can't have this interval. This is not how it's supposed to sound. This is wrong. Like, this is anti-musical. Like, what is with you people doing this? And people rejected it, but eventually this musical ideology perseveres, and this tension becomes really loved because people adjust to it, and all of a sudden you have all these, like, more musical options, right? And now, when you ask most people in music school, like, if you ask most classical musicians what their favorite era of music is, most of them say romantic music. Romantic era is often kind of considered the peak. Death metal is awesome. But, you love death metal. Yeah, in death metal, you hear a lot of, like, Phrygian and stuff. So you hear a lot of the flat nines.
Perhaps connecting them with the tiles will achieve some purpose.
But then you kind of, the reality is, by the end of the Romantic era, you kind of hit the limits of tonality. Right? And you're kind of, hang on a second. Gotta do that, maybe? And so, how do you introduce new sounds from... How do you introduce new sounds once you've kind of hit the ends of tonality? Well, they're like, well, hey, 7-note scales out of 12, this is all arbitrary. Let's just stop. Let's do different notes, right? And so you start getting atonal. You start getting, and then you start getting, and so then people start doing like serial music where they're like, well, you know, the rules of scales resolving to 1, this is arbitrary. Instead, I'll just create a matrix of numbers from 0 to 11 or 1 to 12. And we'll arrange all these atonal notes into certain orders, and we'll establish rules, and we'll have this atonal stuff. And so it comes out, and people are like, okay, this sounds bad, but cool, whatever. Why does it need to sound good? It's art. And then people are like, well, serial, that's completely arbitrary too. That's just as arbitrary as a tonal system with resolving cadences to the 1, whatever. Now we'll introduce this type of music. Okay, oh, whatever. We have stochastic music. We have blah, blah, blah. And people are like, well, yeah, you guys are equally arbitrary. Why don't we just roll dice and put notes on a page? And then people are like, and what you do is people keep saying, they keep trying to turn away from the history and innovate and say, like, we've stagnated, we need to innovate more, stop doing this. But what you started happening throughout the 20th century is you have these people saying, no, let's not do that rule, let's try this rule. And people saying, well, that rule is just as arbitrary, let's do this. People are saying those are still rules, let's get rid of rules, etc. And then the thing you realize is all these people fighting over these different rule sets, and the songs fundamentally sound the same, right? And so what did those fighting over those changes in rule sets even amount to? When to the average listener, and even many trained listeners, it's effectively the same. Let's see. And in my opinion, so I don't think, okay, so in my opinion, I think there's a lot of really interesting stuff in avant-garde art, and I think avant-garde art also has a fuck ton. Well, it's not even just what we hear, but it's also like, yeah, well, yeah, I guess not what we literally hear, but what we can, like, what we're trained to hear, right? What we can understand. And so I think there's a lot of value in a lot of avant-garde. I also think there's a lot of bullshit in a lot of avant-garde. And having played a lot of avant-garde, I realize there is a fuck ton of bullshit. And I actually have proof of this online. I have proof of this bullshit online. Let me find this. I was asked to do a composition for a kind of composers collective years ago, like a decade ago probably. And the theme was the universe. And so all these people were doing different songs about the theme of the universe, right? And so, yeah. So I had two ideas. I had two ideas for what I would do for my piece. One was an atonal idea, which was about the fractal kind of scale of the universe.
This way is
and
blocked.
how
You cannot get to the temple's front entrance.
and how you kind of, you know, you have like the atoms, and the atoms are kind of like their own universe, and then you pull out to the molecules, and they're kind of their own universe, and then you pull out, and there's like cells, and you pull out, and whatever, and there's like bodies, and you pull out, and there's planets, and you pull out, and there's solar systems, and whatever, and you keep pulling out, and it's almost like there's like this like fractal zooming in from this unbelievable scale to the most minute scale, and it's kind of like this recurring structure, right? So I had this idea, and it was going to be atonal, and the idea was that you would have these simultaneous things occurring at different time and harmonic scales, and it was going to be atonal. And I was like, shit, the problem is, this idea is so conceptually strong musically for this crowd that even if it fucking sucks, people will say they love it. Because the reality is you can, in avant-garde, you can talk people into liking anything. Right? It was like, I just watched the movie Skinamarink, and Skinamarink is pretty good reviews. It's a horror movie. And I watched it, and I was like, fuck, I hate this movie. I really don't like this movie. And then I started reading on it, and I was like, oh shit, I kind of like this movie now. And then I was like, wait, no, fuck. I'm talking myself into liking it because of the words explaining it. And so I just stopped reading, and I'm like, no, like, I don't want to just be told that I like this movie and then like it. Right? And that's something that you see in art all the time. Sometimes if you have a concept that's strong enough, that it doesn't matter what you put on the page. It doesn't matter what you play. It's not any more about the music. So I went with a second idea. And the second idea I did was the idea of solipsism. Which is that we're all in this... the white camp, yeah. We're all in this physical universe together, but we all only see one aspect of the universe. And So, you know, each of us has this picture of the universe. We have our own universe, whatever. But there is still this complete picture that we never see all of, but together we kind of form completely. And so my idea with this song was that I would have I would have a melody that I wrote, but no one would actually play. Idea for a meal, Sloppy Joe's. America's working well on you. My idea was that the piece would never be just the musical melody would never just be played by someone. Pieces would be fragmented around, and it would build into the melody when all played together. But it was consonant, and I decided to go with this because I was like, hey, if not consonant, I should say it was tonal. If I have a tonal piece, then at least people will know if it's good or bad themselves, and they won't be bullshitted into it. Okay? So I did this piece, and partway through, it train wrecks. The issue was that my piece was a lot easier than the other pieces that were played. And because of that, they under-rehearsed it. They said, this one's going to be fine. And my piece, at one point, someone gets half a bar off because of another mistake, and it never recovers. It goes until the end of the song, out of phase. It is just a big train wreck on stage, never recovered. And I had people coming up to me after, telling me how meaningful this piece was to them, telling me that it was the best piece. It wasn't a competition, but telling them that it was the best piece of the night, reading all this shit into it. Like, I've had a dude come up to me that was like, yeah, it made me think about, like, you know, I really got what you're saying. Like, you're saying that, like, there's some things that, like, society is, like, saying is wrong, but maybe it's not, and we all just are doing our best. And I'm like, this guy's talking to me, and I'm like, does this guy think I was, like, supporting pedophilia or something? Like, what the fuck is this guy on about? Like, and it was just like, I mean, granted, we have, here, one second, we have DDO music in the background. Boop. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm in this front row having like a freaking out here. So we're still in phase right now. Okay, we're almost at the point where it happens. Okay. So now, that's the intro, and what's supposed to happen now is we're supposed to have this part where there's this melody that's like ooga dooga da 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 da, right? And then there's like these arpeggios going up ooga dooga ooga dooga ooga dooga ooga dooga, and all of them are playing these different parts. But what happens is someone doesn't come in when they're supposed to, and so everyone waits, and then the guy comes in late, and then so everyone adjusts, but then someone didn't adjust, right? So it was like one person's mistake led into another person's mistake. These are all amazing musicians, by the way. Like, nothing on them. They are amazing, amazing musicians. These are some of these people are some of the best players. This violinist is one of my favorite musicians. But yeah, big mistake happens. We're 2.5 minutes into an 8-minute song, and the rest of the song is a train wreck. Okay? They helped you win. Oh, actually, it hasn't happened yet. Sorry. Okay, now it's about to happen. We're putting the mutes in. Okay, note. Bump. That was supposed to be the note. Now everything's pushed back. So now they're like, fuck, where am I? Now everything is out of phase. Oh, Holst reference in a second. Or soon. So right now, because of the little horn issue, now the strings are like, where are we? And I wanted to conduct, and the organizer of this was like, you're not allowed to conduct, just let the train wreck happen. That was a Holst reference. Get people nodding in the crowd. I had very angular lines, which are hard to play. Space, the final frontier. Oh, they're back together. They got back together in the last minute. Kind of. Okay. So that was, oh god, I felt so bad for the violinist because that violinist, by the way, is one of my favorite musicians in the city. And it was just like one mistake and it just let it, like, there's no conductor. Someone else made a mistake. They just really didn't rehearse my piece because they're like, these other pieces are so fucking hard and we're only rehearsing like 2 times. So they're like, it'll be fine. Yours is in 4/4. Ours are in crazy meters. Yeah, I remember right after she was just like, I'm so sorry. I was like, no, it's okay. Like, she was so sad. I was like, no, it's okay. It's okay. But the thing about it was, the thing that was really discouraging to me was that I made the choice to do that piece because I didn't think I would be able to talk people into liking it based on the concept. I was like, if this piece is good, people will like it. If this piece is bad, people won't like it. That way I'll know if it's good or bad afterwards based on how people feel about it. And then it train wrecks, and then people come up to me and say, like, it's one of the most moving things they've heard. And I was just like, what does it doesn't even fucking matter what I wrote. So yeah, music, like, I think a lot of these spaces are just like pretentious. It didn't sound fucked. Yeah, I don't know. I think part of it is like, even if it's like, oh, this sounds good, it's like, yeah, the thing I didn't write sounds good. Okay. But yeah. I don't know. It really tainted how I look at the music scene in certain ways. I love math stuff. Fucking like, there's some, oh god. 2 groups I really recommend checking out. I'll post these in chat so you can see. There's a band called Mew. Specifically, I would recommend, what is the album called? It's something like And the Glass-Handed Kites or something like that. Something like that. That's a very, very good band, and that album is a little bit heavier. Dillinger Escape Plan. I haven't listened to much, but I love one of their songs. Another guy I recommend checking out. This is Jazz, but he has some really interesting stuff. What would be a good thing to check out? I know there's a song that a lot of metal people did covers of. Okay, I'll recommend that, but my favorite one of his is Grid and Out of the Grid. I can't play these on stream, obviously. Grid and Out of the Grid is my favorite. Entertain Me was covered by metal musicians because it got really popular. T-Grid is really interesting because he does jazz, but it will also have like some folk stuff in it. It'll also have like beatboxing in it. It will also have like dubstep kind of vibes to it. Like, he really draws from a lot of influences, and that's where I think music has gotten really strong, in my opinion. I think where music is most interesting is when you take the strength of that we've learned in certain genres and you apply them to other genres. Like, you know, another good one is... hopefully I spell his name right. I don't remember. I'll say two. What's it called? Oh, God, what's it called? Shit. Oh, God. Bill Frisell. Oh, God, I can't remember. Wait, what is it? Tales from the... Is it Tales from the Far Side? I think that's what it's called. Okay. Tales from the Far Side. And also, I am not a farmer. Bill Frisell is both a jazz musician and a bluegrass musician. And Tales from the Far Side is very, like, folky jazz, but also has a distorted electric guitar solo over it. Sounds super good. I Am Not a Farmer is like... Oh, I don't know. It's really, really great. And it's also why I love Final Fantasy 13's soundtrack. Final Fantasy 13, I think, is the best Final Fantasy soundtrack because it's like classical music, but then has like distorted guitar, has like a lot of sounds that mix really well. Yeah, and that's a big thing in jazz right now. A big thing in modern jazz is drawing from different like cultural influence and stuff like that. Having like Italian, Jesus Christ. Having like Indian tabla music in there, having like metal in there, having classical. There's a lot of that stuff, and I think that stuff sounds really good when you bring the strengths of different things together. Big jazz is better. Yeah, I agree.
The sarcophagus in the middle of the dais seems to stand out from the wall. Perhaps something is behind it.
But yeah, a huge, unbelievable loop back. So I don't think the strength with I think people that say like, oh my gosh, AIs will be better than humans for music because they'll be able to like play things way higher and faster and like whatever. Like I don't think that's or not draw from human influence or whatever. I don't think that's the strength because I think we only value it based on the human experience. But I think what it will be able to do is say, listen, this is the music you value. Well, let me generate stuff based on the things that you personally value. And then add certain elements to that. Like, I think it will be able to completely like, yeah. I think what it will be able to do is say, what do these things have in common? Like,
Vendisto, prelate of the Six, sneers at you from atop the dais.
Wait, what? I think it'll be like, oh, well, we noticed you really like Ariana Grande, whatever. Maybe it's because you like this type of production, and maybe it's like you really like this type of like female vocalist or something.
Prelate Vendisto perishes, blood and vile oaths spilling from his lips.
But maybe you also just like mathy stuff. So let's just create some fucking Ariana Grande-like tunes that are in 7/8 or something. Like, I think that's where it will become really strong is kind of mixing what we like already and then generating new ideas based on that. Okay, where do I go? Is there a lever? There's got to be a lever I missed, right? Wait, did I open that chest? This has been a weird stream. This is going to be a weird stream to upload because I think I have a couple people that watch my VODs on YouTube. Because they're like, I think they're really into the playthrough itself. But I'm actually really enjoying this. Since hundreds of years of humanity, learning is basically an AI. Man, I don't know. Like, there's so many things that I think we take for granted. And I find it crazy how quickly we can take things for granted. Like smartphone plus Wikipedia. Those two things existing and wireless internet, those three things existing means we can effectively know anything anywhere. It is absolutely an insane technology that we, yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure. You know, like the Ray Kurzweil, like, you know, like, or whatever. The upload our brains to the internet and just be, you know, live in the machine. Whatever. Like, me not being spiritual at all, I fucking 100% want to be in the Matrix or be in the internet. That is what I want. My dream is that. Hell yeah. I will leave this
You have
earthly
found the
body
way
behind in
to
a
the
second.
temple, but the way is shut and barred by impassable gates. You can go
But-
no further at this time.
For clarity, I need to make something clear. I don't want a copy of myself in the internet and then I die. I want this consciousness in the internet. I don't care about fucking clone Curly. Doesn't mean a shit to me. That's a different person. I don't care. Don't scan my brain and upload it in the internet. We need to find a way to Theseus's ship my brain into the internet. So first I want a neural implant, and then I want, you know, another neural implant, and then I want a jack that can go into my brain and bring me there. And I want that consciousness to migrate. That's what I want, okay? Don't fucking put my head in a photocopier and pretend it's the same thing. Okay, let's finish out. Listen, I know that the photocopied version of me... Wait, Halo 4 suggested that they ascended by digitizing themselves, but the cloud was some sort of nebulous wireless internet of the universe. Listen, I know... Here's the issue with clone me getting, you know, pulled in... Whatever. Photocopied me in the internet. Is that the photocopied version of me in the internet?
Foul miasma shrouds these ruins. The temple of the Six lies dormant no more.
The photocopied me in the internet wouldn't care. They'd be like, oh shit, it is me. It's the same guy. It actually worked. I didn't realize that my consciousness would jump over. Perfect. I guess I didn't need to worry, but that's bullshit because I'd be dead. I know how it actually works. That dude is just tricking himself to thinking he's me, but he's just another me, not me. I need my consciousness to migrate.
To claim this corridor that obscures the gargoyle ambush.
It doesn't matter if other Curly at the end of the day is happy and thrilled with the situation. I only care about this Curly.
A battered and scarred ogre chieftain watches you from among the ruins.
Is Prelate dead? No more making of whites on Sorrowdusk. The Prelate is dead. Good. But worst is not over. Cultists reopen Inner Sanctum, where they do dark things, terrible things. They are anything in Temple beside whites and cultists. Yes, there were Mephits. Hrog. Hrog nods, a sour look on his face. Let us say Hrog, not surprised. Mephits likely coming from Sanctum. Worst to come, unless you stop it. How do I get in there? Way is open now. With Prelate dead, Cult will try to strike back. Go back to Temple, find Mephits. We'll be summoning fires in Sanctum. Mephits come from there. Destroy fires, no more Mephits. Now go, before Cult sets them loose, and they overrun whole islands. Okay. I have watched The Prestige, yes. Yeah, I would hit that button. But here's the problem. Here's the exact problem. If I were... Let's pretend I'm not Curly 1. Curly Prime. Let's pretend I'm Curly 2. Right? I'd be like, no, fuck Curly 1! Curly 1 wants to end me! Fucking kill Curly 1! Maybe we can coexist, but just don't end me! Wait, but you don't care if it's you or your clone? Oh yeah, fuck drowning, for sure. It's a different consciousness. Like, let's say we have encrouched. Let's say we've encrouched 1 and encrouched A, right? We're not saying which one's first. Just 1 is number 1 and 1 is letter A. Now, if one goes and watches a Blink-182 concert and the other watches my stream and makes jokes about banging Gary Gygax, and then they come back, are they the same person? They have different experiences. They just have the same memory. Right? Right. Yeah, who watches Blink-182? Listen. I don't hate... It might just be my age. I think Blink-182 has some good music, okay? And you want to hear something fucking stupid? You know what my favorite Blink-182 album is? Yeah, okay, yeah, I know. I would never pay that. What, are you kidding? But you want to hear what my favorite Blink-182 album is? I'll give you a hint. It would probably be one of your last guesses.
The inner temple. It is true, then. The fires of Eternia itself must blaze within.
I'm going to give you the most pretentious answer. I think the album titled Neighborhoods is the best Blink-182 album. Neighborhoods was like the last album before they broke. I know they got back together recently, but before Tom DeLonge left, it was their last album, and it was where they had their most like tension, I think, in the group. And it's their, I think it's like one of their least popular albums, and it's still my favorite. That being said, my favorite Our Lady Peace album actually ties into this conversation. Ah!
Beyond the Green Guardians, the caves swelter with unholy power. The ground beneath you rumbles.
My favorite Our Lady Peace album is The Age of Spiritual Machines, which actually is an album about Ray Kurzweil and the Singularity.
You must smash it to extinguish the fire.
So it all comes back together.
Smashed, closing its gate to Eternia.
But yeah, that was one of their least popular albums. Really good album. Okay. Yeah, in between their tracks on the album, they'd have Ray Kurzweil talking and like doing like little. I think it was Ray Kurzweil was doing the talking. I can't remember exactly. It was definitely based on his book. There was a whole like story going along on the album of like an AI with sentience. Wasn't there like a Google employee? Okay, I could have this totally wrong. Fact check me. But wasn't there a Google employee that got like fired or something that said that they had a sentient AI on their server, and then people are like, yeah, that's bullshit.
The air here reeks of burning stone. Across the pool of lava, a summoning fire flickers.
You like Sludge because their music is about ascending through the great filter to become goo? Have you ever seen Neon Genesis Evangelion? Is there something there? Dude, come on, come on. Stop lagging. Stop lagging. Come on. Okay. Yeah, yes. Yes. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Wait. Wait. I need to DM you real fast. Encrouched. Wait, I've never DM'd you on here? I didn't want to say this out loud just in case. Okay. Yeah, on Twitch. Boop. Oh. Okay, okay. Here, I'll Discord. Oh, never mind. You got it. Okay, okay. Now I can say it out loud. I said, do you work at Google? Because he said people that work at Google are nerds, and knowing in Crouch's humor, that's something he would say if he worked at Google. So that's why I was just like, wait, do you work at Google? I know you just moved to the States. No, you're not a nerd, but you're self-deprecating. Although, more than being self-deprecating, you're other people deprecating. What the fuck? There we go.
The summoning fires is destroyed.
Yeah, we did it. Whoa, I burped. Sorry about that.
Methods before it could overrun
I just surprise burped at you guys. That was weird. You know who does work for Amazon? I mean, other than technically me right now on Twitch, is Scoot. No, it was a burp. I'm not. Listen, I'm a truth teller. I've actually decided to be more more open.
This door has
recently
been
on
firmly
Twitch.
shut on the other side. Evil shadows flicker within, and a power that makes your head ache.
Oh, okay. Okay. Here we go.
A foul miasma shrouds these ruins.
Who do I talk to?
The Temple of the Six lies dormant.
Wait, what?
No more.
What do I do? Tell Harag. Okay. He wasn't showing up on the map.
The jungle struggles to claim this corridor that obscures the gargoyle ambush.
Yeah, my broad political view. So for a long time, I basically said no consent of recession. When the people paid to hire people get fired en masse. Oh no. So a big reason why I said like no politics in my Discord and stuff like that was actually a political reason.
Battered and scarred ogre chieftain watches you from among the ruins.
Because I think ideologically, I think most people should get along as long as they're not explicitly like, listen, if someone is like whatever, saying I don't think X demographic should exist, then I get why you're like, okay, listen, it's kind of hard to coexist on this platform if you're, you know what I mean? But I think for any political disagreements that aren't something like that, I feel like people just need to more exposure to people non-politically and realize that most people are pretty chill and most people just, you know, want money, want a relationship, want, you know, their friends to be okay. But yeah, I recently had like someone get I don't think I have offensive political stances at all. I'm pretty like I'm very accepting of every demographic. I'm very, you know, but I also, the only thing is I tend to be relatively like socially libertarian. Like as long as you're not hurting anyone, do whatever you want with your life, right? But yeah, I had someone get really upset, and I was like, you know what? Maybe I should just be more open so that if people are like unhappy, then at least it's not a secret. Okay. Oh, I misread this as fries are destroyed. I was worried for a second. Fires are destroyed is good, but soon Bishop of Cult will call on the Fury, one of the 6. If that happen, all on Sorrowdusk die. Ogres, trolls, everyone. Only one thing to do. What is that? Stop Cult for good. Their leader, the Bishop, coming to Temple. When he get there, start ritual to summon army of Fire Reavers. Greg read about in Book of 6. Fire Reavers, what are they? Deadly creatures, used to be on island by old tales. Kill many ogres until Mokosh, first chief of Grey Moon, unite clans and wipe out. If they come back, they cause much harm. Ogrekin too weak after fighting trolls to defeat them again. After they kill us, maybe they move on. Maybe even to city across water. Stormbreach, then the cult must be stopped. Harag agree. No waste to time. I mean, no wait. Okay. Harag agree. No time to waste. Bishop probably there already. He not human. His terrible creature. Part dark elf, part scorpion. You go kill him and destroy Idol of the Fury. Do it quickly. If Fire Reavers come, it will be too late. You're pretty vocal when it comes, when people are cunts regardless of political alignment. Oh, dang it! You just got me to read out the C word without second guessing it. I don't have the Australian accent. I can't get away with it. That was my first C-bomb on Twitch ever. Anyways. Oh, right, I'm in Northern Australia. Yeah, no, I agree. I think... yeah, I'm just, I'm very... I don't like how politics are being fought. And I think I think that we can have important discussions without thinking everyone that, you know, that opposes us is like a monster that wants us dead. But I also think that, I think that the media landscape makes it very, very, very difficult for us to see that because I think we're drip-fed. We're drip-fed very selective things that make that hard to see. Like... Yes. Yeah, but it seems like that's becoming more and more of a thing. Like, just for me, like, there's very few things I care about if you do and it's not hurting someone directly, right? And when I'm saying hurting someone, I don't mean like, you know, I don't mean hurting someone like I'm like, man, I love peanut butter, and then someone's like, I can't eat peanuts because I have a severe allergy. And the fact that you would have that, I don't mean like hurting someone like that. I'm talking about like, if someone is obviously taking away someone's autonomy or causing them physical harm or things like that, then I have an issue. But with most other things, like, I don't care if you fucking do drugs, as long as you don't have like a kid that you've abandoned in the process that is neglected. Like, as long as there's not a victim to it and you're making your own decisions, do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. I don't care if you're a sex worker. I don't care if you use sex work. I don't care if you know, whatever. Just don't hurt people and we're good. Imagine your Tinder bio literally about being how much you hate the... Yeah. Okay.
A deep and sonorous thrumming sounds from the temple's deepest reaches. The bishop's ritual has begun.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, the political landscape is crazy. It's crazy right now. The problem... the problem, I think, with the political landscape a lot is there's a lot of, people aren't generally...
The chapel stands open. You sense that the bishop is taunting you.
The discussion is largely... Dude, chill out. The discussion is often not limited to issues. I think it makes total sense for people to have a political discussions on like, you know, there's a lot of terrains where it's important to have political arguments about topics, but I think there's a lot of chaining things. They're like, oh, because you believe this, then that also means you believe this and this and this and this because I know that type of person. And it's like, well, you're assuming a lot of things that are completely unrelated. So that is what I don't like. You think poor people shouldn't be taxed? Oh yeah. I'm definitely a lefty, but I'm not. But I do see a lot of value in a lot of right-wing things, and where that value comes in. Now, when I say right-wing things, I'm mostly talking about it makes sense to have a force that kind of hits the brakes a bit and says, like, before we make certain economic decisions, like, let's look at this, right? But I don't think I don't think it's the left-right dynamic is functioning how it's supposed to right now.
The idol of the Fury looms before you, awash in unholy light.
Versus
Bishop Zasha Oth circles it behind the magical barrier, lost in prayer.
okay. Like, I think that the no, and in Australia they pump the brakes. It is corrupt as fuck, and they give money to their yeah. Like, I mean that's yeah. Like I've definitely I've gotten a little bit more. I was very black-pilled on politics. Very black-pilled. But I've seen some things recently that gave me a bit more hope in the political system. And the thing I don't know is how much is of the problem with the system is like the corruption and the inverse incentives. No, black-pilled, black-pilled meaning like doomer, like you're like you think that it's just fucked and there's no resolution. I was pretty like I had kind of given up on it for a while. But but not really truly nihilism, because nihilism would I think would suggest like that I don't care. But whereas more saying like the system is fucked or whatever. But the thing I've started thinking about with some of the content I've been watching is, okay, the question is how much of the problems we're facing okay, I need to figure out where these even are. How much of the problems we're facing is because one, the people that are representing us have like kind of reverse incentives, where to become electable they need the funding from people who have incentives that are opposite of the incentives of the voters. But then a lot of what I was seeing, people were also saying, well, part of the problem is that where you make the difference is in like local elections and stuff. And the reality is that people generally aren't engaging with that at all. And so the question is how much of it is on the people in power, or how much of it is on how we're engaging with politics in general. And I don't know the answer to that. Okay. Do I need to look around elsewhere? I don't know. I feel like there's a few... Wait, what is this telling us? This is the most political stream I've ever had. Oh, okay. Do you think this is a mirror image? You just want a king that gets in by murdering the last king. Exactly. Okay, green. Okay, I'm gonna guess it's a mirror. I'm gonna guess it's a mirror and not a rotation. So, plant, gun, bow. Wait. Plant, gun, bow. Plant, gun, bow, bow. Is that it? Plant, gun, bow, bow. Green is plant. Yellow is gun. Okay. Green plant, yellow gun. There we go. Plant gun bobo. Oh my god, what? Plant, and then we need 2 bows. Plant gun bobo. Here we go. Let's see if this works. Okay, so is it a rotation? If it's a rotation... Okay, let's just make sure I did it right first, and if that... I did plant, right? Okay. Okay. Green. So, boop, 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 boop. Wait. My brain, I have a very low... Okay. Okay. So it's the other way around. H, elephant, bow, F. H, elephant, wait, no, H, elephant, bow, F. H, elephant. Let's check this out. H. Elephant. And then blue is going to be F. That's a bow. Oh, I heard something. Nice. Yeah, so I fundamentally decided to be... Ooh. To just be more open. Kind of...
Zasha-oth, a foul mix of drow and scorch. Zasha-oth completes his prayer with his dying breath. Through the temple, like a forest fire. Azakul falls to you, returning to the fires of Fernia. The cult of the Six is thwarted at last.
Yeah, and to essentially veer more AMA, like, I'm kind of cool talking about whatever, fundamentally. Dude, I'm like double their level right now. I'm way over leveled for this content. Oops.
A foul miasma shrouds.
Okay, let's turn this in.
The temple of the Six lies dormant.
Good golf. I like that though. You know the sad
The
thing?
jungle struggles to claim this corridor that obscures the gargoyle ambush.
Good golf sounds so good that internally I was almost like, oh, is that an Australian saying? My brain wasn't just like, oh, a typo. Like, I could see that. Although good golf sounds more British to me than Australian.
A battered and scarred ogre chieftain watches you from among the ruins.
You great hero of Sorrowdusk, destroying cult of the Six. Stop fire reavers from coming. Ogrekin. Oh, much to you, more than can repay. You are a friend to us. Longest Chief Rog, rule over Grey Moon. May there always be peace between us, Rag. Okay. I can get a trinket that does nothing. I can get a Wharfrat's plank. Oh, that makes sense. That's a lie, though. Why would you lie to me? I'm gonna get the fish again. God damn it. Welp. It just sounded so, you know, it sounded like me doing the metric time thing. You know? Wait, are we done, Sorrowdusk? Well, yeah, it's golf when you're in the fucking States. You have to remember, you're in America now. In America, you take letters out of words because you want it more phonetic. Okay, we're done Sorrowdusk. Okay. Let's just recall. Do we need to talk to what's his face again? I wonder if people are going to hate this VOD so much more. Because it's like... it's like way more political. I just randomly watch a song for 8 minutes. We just talk about AI. I like it, though. I enjoyed it. Your Uber driver's mom was Australian here. Oh, really?
By the wretched smell,
Oops, I went the wrong way.
these ogres must have recently dined on the flesh of fallen adventurers. In the hollow to the north waits Bruku, elder of the Grey Moon tribe.
Okay.
You can use this skiff
Bam.
to leave Sorrowdusk and return to the Eye of Kolkaran.
Eye of Kolkaran. Okay, I think we're ready to leave. Hey, it's Loosen Brass Bolt. Okay, I guess we're going to House Kundarak. Oh no! We got the oops! We got the failed teleport! Wait, what? Discriminates on race for visa? Wait, what? Is that a stereotype? I've never heard of that in my life. Oh, really? Come on. Come on. I know I could fall faster, but I want to glide. I want to see if I can make it. I can't. Okay, let's just fucking fall. Okay, let's go to House Kundarak. I could have just teleported in the air. Australia. Racial discrimination visa. Oh. Okay, an article pops up from 2021, and the headline says, Australia at risk of introducing a racial regional visa policy. And it says, arguments against the new Australian agricultural visa have so far... I think it said something about Aboriginal people. I don't know what this is referring to, but I think this is like... I think it might be referring to some headline from like 2021. No idea what that's about. Okay. Let's check our mailbox. Here we go. Salutations. Please meet with me at your earliest convenience. We have matters of importance to discuss that pertain to the operation of the city of Stormreach. Oleg de Deneth of House Deneth. You have attained enough favor with House Deneth for them to grant you access to special long-lasting ammunition and another new type of quiver. Speak with Oleg de Deneth. Okay. Delete all. Yes. Really? 1970s. Yeah, it is crazy though. Like, there's certain things that are so recent. Like, I don't know. I find it crazy to think that like anything that was before my life feels like it was ancient. But then when I think about the fact that like my dad was like 11 when Martin Luther King Jr. died, I'm like, holy shit, that is not a long time ago. That stuff like fucking just happened. Okay, Curlicus, having proved yourself in battle, you have been commended and are now an official soldier in the service of House Deneth. Tarvin de Deneth has a new cache of supplies. They're yours if you have the coin. You have also been granted House Deneth hit point bonus feat. This feat grants you additional 5 hit points. Your service to the house shall be commended. Thank you. But it was legal to refuse service rather than banned. Okay, what should we work on now? We still got time. What do we want to work on? There's stuff in House K. Let's go there. Yeah, some of that stuff is really crazy for me because it feels so ideologically distant to me from where we are. It feels like I don't know how that could have existed, and then with some of these things, it was actually like so recent to my life. But that being said, like I really firsthand like witnessed like a lot of the gay rights movement, right? From going from very in the sidelines of society to very like commonplace and accepted. So to me it feels crazy that a lot of these battles are so recent, or in certain cases like ongoing or whatever. Okay, I think that's the vault. I mean, that's the okay. Hazra, what is this quest? Let's look at Kundarak. Kundarak. You know what? Maybe I should run I don't know if this is a quest chain. I should look at the quest givers and look for quest chains. Ulfgar. Okay, there's probably a bunch of people in the tavern. Okay, it looks like these are all standalone quests. Okay. Have you heard about caves that supposedly run beneath the city ward during your travels? It's been told that the city of Stormreach was built upon the ruins of a much older giant city. Unfortunately, many of the records that we hold in our vaults make no reference to the ruins that might lie beneath the very foundations. Then how does anybody know that they actually exist? There are certain references in some of the oldest documents of their caves, but no descriptions or information on how to enter them. It seems like such a shame that as we progress with the next technological leap, that we tend to bury the past that got us there. How do you know that the caves lie beneath the ward? The caves sprawl beneath the entire city and beyond, according to what I've read. I'm convinced that some of these buildings... I just realized, Encrouch, that now I'm dealing with you with effectively almost in my time zone. That you're now not like 12 hours away, so I'm not catching you at like this crazy hours of the day. Anyways, the caves sprawl beneath the entire city and beyond, according to what I've read. I'm convinced that some of these buildings may have passages to the ruins, but you can't go barging into all these buildings looking for secret passages that might exist. I guess that's true. But there is a condemned building nearby that I want to investigate when I have a spare moment. It should have been torn down years ago. Would you be interested in doing the grunt work for me? It wouldn't be an official task for House Kundarak or anything. Sure, just tell me where to go. I've marked the location on your map as the Forgotten Caverns. Let me know if you find anything. Well met, stranger. I'm Loredan of House Kundarak, and my associate here is Third Steelhand. Okay, we were expecting you a bit earlier, Curlicus. Expecting me, why? In our business, information is vital to remaining a step ahead of your enemies and your competition. That doesn't exactly answer my question. We've had a bit of a problem with a client of ours. We initially assumed that he'd left town while owing a lot of money in back taxes on some property. Naturally, as any financial institution would, we foreclosed on the mortgage and gave the guy his notice. Unfortunately, that messenger never made it back. What happened? Well, we assumed the worst. Maybe the guy thought that if he didn't see the notice, then it didn't really exist. So, we sent a few more men over to deal with the issue, but that didn't quite go as planned either. Sounds like they failed too. Simply put, we've heard of your exploits, Curlicus, and we would like to enlist your services for this task. There is compensation in it for your time and effort. Very well, I accept your offer. We'll be waiting for word of your success. Why, hello, Cranig Stone Shield. Oh, cool. That is where I am right now. Evening, sorcerer. What brings you to this old scribe's table today? You're a scribe. That explains the outfit. I am, and it would. But being a senior scribe for House Kundarak does have its benefits. There is a wealth of information in some of our vaults. For instance, I was going through some records today and found that a couple of properties we own have become infested with monsters lately. Infested by monsters? One is a recently foreclosed property, which Loredan would know more about. She's sitting at that table by the barkeep. The other one is a property we'd unknowingly rented to some cultist from the Blood of Vol. What did the Blood of Vol do to the place? They have this sick fascination with death and the undying. The cultists were taken care of, but the mess they left behind is, well, nobody has dealt with it yet. I know House Kundarak would pay well to have the place cleansed. Would you know of anyone who might be interested in a task such as that? Actually, I do. What exactly needs to be done? Exterminate the undead. House Kundarak will take care of the rest. Sounds good. Come back when you've finished. Nice. Oh, and there's someone else. Edvag Goodgold. Nice. This well-dressed dwarf sitting at a table looks like he's had one too many drinks. When he looks up, you see a pained expression. Sorry, I have to check something. I'm waiting to get paid, but the person that owes me the money got their, oh god, they had their identity stolen, and so they're just fucked. So, okay. This well-dressed dwarf sitting at the table looks like he's had one too many drinks. When he looks up, you see a pained expression marring his features. Hail, sorcerer. I didn't mean to bother you. Wait, what's cool? Edveg shakes his head. I'll be okay. I just received a bit of bad news concerning one of my warehouses. What happens? While I was on business in Corvair, one of my warehouses was broken into. The vagrants somehow managed to break an object that released a few monsters from some temporal stasis spell, and it's just cascaded from there. What kind of warehouses are you running? Shrugging, Edveg continues his tale of woe. We store just about anything that can be stored. It's usually not an issue, since all precautions are taken before any object is put in storage. Unfortunately, there's no precaution against stupidity. But I need to get an area cleared of monsters before I can begin the salvage process. If you want, I could take a look. The dwarf's expression brightens. You do that? That would be great help. I'll return when I'm finished. Yeah, this game is neat. I like it a lot. It's the only issue... Well, there's a few issues with it, but it's one of my favorite MMOs. You know what? I'm going to show something off. There's lots of cool stuff you can do in this game. It's also free to play. But it, you know, it comes with a lot of the free to play trappings. It has Eberron and Forgotten Realms for character creation. There's a bunch of different classes you can play. There's also different archetypes. So you can be a paladin or you can be a sacred fist. So there's like 4 primary melee classes. There's a bunch of spell classes. Some have archetypes. They're adding 3 new archetypes next week. Let's see. Are there any archetypes of these? Yeah, there's Dark Apostate Cleric. There's all these, and there's some archetypes there too. And then there's also iconic classes, which are like special race combinations. Oh, yeah. And then, basically, the way that this game works, exit character generation. In fact, people are saying that the game is the best it's ever been, like, with how they're developing things. The game, you effectively play through with a reincarnation system. It has a pretty low max level. The original max level was level 20, so that's the heroic level. And then epic level goes up to level 30, and now they're working on legendary levels, so they're currently up to level 32 is the max. But with each tier, you can do a reincarnation. So you can do heroic reincarnations, which will... Well, there's a bunch of different types of reincarnations, but the basic ones are, depending on your class, I'm a sorcerer, you can reincarnate from level 20 back to level 1, and you'll get bonuses that apply to this character based on whichever class you were. And those stack up to 3 times. And when you reincarnate, you can change your class and your race. You can also do a racial reincarnation at level 20. So whatever race you choose, you get bonuses from. There's all these skill trees, including a racial skill tree. So doing racial reincarnations, you get racial skill points that you can invest in these skill trees to get other abilities, depending on if you're human or if you're a deep gnome or whatever. You gain your ranks of enhancements that you apply. Then from level 20 to 30, you get epic levels where you get all these other skills. And you can do epic reincarnations where you reincarnate from 30 back to 20. And then there's also iconic reincarnations. And so you can essentially play through this game a bunch of times and just build this character up to be super strong. There's a lot to do in it. Okay. Where to? Is it here? The Forgotten Caverns, yes. It's really neat. And they also have multiple settings. Like, they have Eberron was the original, but they also have Forgotten Realms. They have Ravenloft. Oh, I need to sell a bunch of shit. Yeah, I really like it. I think it has the best, like, dungeons in general. Like, there might be games that have dungeons that are as good. Like, Final Fantasy XIV has really good dungeons. But this game just has so many dungeons. And it has quite good balance for classes. All the classes are really good. All of them are useful. And the fact that it has reincarnations, it means that it benefits you playing every class at some point to get the benefits from past lives. There's a lot of cool ideas in this.
Stonework in this room is cracked and frosted over from the chilling influence of the ice methods.
Yeah, the classes are quite really unique because when you have Sorcerer, you have these different trees, right? So, like, for Sorcerer, the trees you get are Eldritch Knight. And then Sorcerer has more similar trees, where you get Earth, Air, Fire, Water Savant. All of those are kind of similar, except they play very differently, because if you're a Fire Sorcerer, you'll eventually become, like, a Fire Elemental. And you get access to all the Fire skills, so, like, Fireball, stuff like that. If you're, you know, an Air Elemental, you'll get all those ones, or you might deal Sonic damage and stuff like that, or, like, lightning damage or whatever. Eldritch Knight is something that lets you focus more on melee. And lets you focus on, like, wearing heavier armor and not having spell failure, stuff like that. But other classes are more unique. Like, the Wizard has a tree which is called the Pale Master, which basically turns you into a Lich. You become undead, which then allows you to have, like, skeleton kind of thralls. You can heal yourself by casting negative energy spells. Yep. Like, things like, if you're a ranger, there's a few options. There's, like, you can be an arcane archer, so you're, you know, range damage with modified arrows. Or you can be a tempest ranger, which is more like a dual wieldy high damage, like wielding 2 scimitars kind of guy. They're also adding a new one called Dark Hunter, which is gives the ranger aspects. Oh, really? It gives the ranger aspects of, like, the rogue character, which this game you can also multi-class in, right? So every level you get your choice. I'm a level 20 sorcerer, but if I wanted to, I could be a level, like, 14 sorcerer and a level 5 fighter and a level 1 rogue, if I wanted to.
You are struck by the familiar aromas of pungent mushrooms and even more pungent trolls.
Oh, really? I wonder when it came out. I'm 33, so I don't remember when it came. I think it came out in, like, 2000, right? So I was probably, like, 10 or maybe 11. I was born, like, right near the end of 89. Well, I was born, like, two-thirds through 89. I really like that game. I do want to stream it at some point. But there's too many games to play. And right now I'm addicted. Okay, this looks like what's my... Is this where we're supposed to go? I played through a bunch of Final Fantasies on stream. I played through... What did I play on stream? I played through Mystic Quest 1, 2, 3, and then another version of 3, because I'm an idiot. And then... Is that all the Final Fantasies I played? I started playing through 4, but I never finished it. Listen, sometimes I just get hooked on things, okay? The reason why I played through 3 twice, it was really stupid. But what I actually wound up doing is I did the other version of 3 in a different... Oh, yeah. Final Fantasy Tactics is often considered one of the best. The reason why I played through the other version of 3 was because I heard Pixel Remaster, I heard had no characterization of the main characters. And then I heard the 3D version tries to, like, give them personality and stuff. So I kind of wanted to see both, because I'd rather play the Pixel Remaster, but I wanted to see what the other one was like. Oh, I think we should go there after. But what I started doing is I started doing nighttime streams then, so I was doing Final Fantasy 3 3D at night. So that, like, it wouldn't be, like, the same audience watching it back to back. Oh, yeah. Wait, Golden Sun? There was Golden Sun on DS? I remember that as, like, I remember that on, like, Game Boy Advance. I never played Golden Sun. I've heard interesting things about it. It seemed very generic from a gameplay standpoint, but I could be wrong. But, I know that game has an interesting story. Oh, cool. Okay, I just don't remember. I don't know enough about Golden Sun to really comment on it. I never played it. My best friend played it, and so I just kind of saw it over his shoulder, and kind of thought nothing of it at the time. But then I've heard really interesting things about the story. Is there something here? On the map, it looks like... Oh, wait, was that the start of the level? Oh, never mind. I'm just dumb. Oh, cool. Do you know the game Magica? Where you can, like, mix all the spells and some of them create new elements? Yeah. I always wanted to do Magica on stream. I think that would be a fun co-op game. Probably be a boring as fuck single-player game.
The stink of this underground storehouse is indescribable. Trollish habits could have created such a startling bouquet of smells.
A startling bouquet of smells. That is, I like that writing. Oh, Post Void. That's a weird game. A startling bouquet of smells. I love it. Whatever you do, don't do to Anthony Bourdain what you did with Gary Gygax.
Trolls have been slain.
Did Anthony Bourdain have a famous partner? I'm trying to remember what. For some reason, I thought he did. Okay. Oh, we're done. Okay. Number 1 done. The Lair of Summoning. God, I need to get rid of this stupid gear. Oh my gosh. I keep forgetting to sell stuff. Yeah, the reality is this game has so many quests. I just need to start pushing through quests. Oh, yes. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, like there's just a lot of quests to push through. A lot of them. Oh, and was she one of the people that was like the first? Am I wrong about this? Was she one of the first people who came out with allegations against Weinstein? Oh, there's a trap here. Is it here? Danger. Okay, well, this is clearly going to trap us. Let's do it. Okay. I don't know about the people that made this dungeon, but you know that if you have a trap like this, you don't actually have to put loot in the treasure chest. You could just have an empty chest and then trap them in. Why would you possibly risk getting rid of your cool stuff? Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. Her allegation, I think she was like, the allegations were like with like a 17-year-old Italian boy or something. What the heck? No comment on any of that. I don't know what happened. Okay. Bam. I've just kind of heard about that from a cursory standpoint. I think those allegations, though, I think those came back when there was kind of the, like, Me Too swing back. When people were, like, when people started pushing back and then that came out, and I think people were using that as, like, anti-Me Too stuff. Which is kind of stupid as fuck. In my opinion. Oh, really? Okay. Okay, we'll pull this. This is a big old trap dungeon. Thank God we're so over-leveled. There's a shrine here. Yeah, like, the reason why it's stupid as fuck is because, like, her doing something bad doesn't then warrant other people to do bad things. Right? It's like, yeah, maybe we should just not at all sexually fucking, like, you know, what's the word? Coerce people. Oh, I vaguely remember this. I think a bunch of fire shoots out, doesn't it? Okay, there's fire there. There's fire there. Dude, why are you standing on the fire? Okay. Okay. Oh, okay, I should sell stuff. I can't sell to you because you're a hireling vendor. I don't know if I can just sell to these guys. I can't. Okay, but I can sell to you. Okay, is there anything named here? I should have gotten that that named shield so I could feed it to my scepter. Yeah, I'm selling those fish too. Okay, take care, get some sleep. Hope you get more than you got last night. Nice talking to you. Okay, ruined halls. Here we go. Oop, wrong button. There we go. Hey there. What is with all these traps here? These are very trappy dungeons. Is there a lever? There is. It does feel nice to clean up some of this, just like content that we should have done a long time ago. Okay, can we unlock this? Come on. We can. I rolled a 1 and we unlocked it. Nice. Okay, did I save the box? Oh, there's a secret door. Okay, what's behind here? Nice. I don't know why they were all attacking that box, but... Wait, does this open that up? Hang on a second. Bam! Is that another secret door? It is. Oh, we got the floating guts glitch. Okay, everything here is a secret. We'll just remove all the walls. Nice. I hear a trap. Okay, amazing. Let's take a lava bath. Okay. Amazing. Okay, you can wait for a second. Got some crypt moss. Nice. More moss. I missed that. Okay. Okay. Boop. Get out of here, Quarian Stormbringer, or whatever your name is. Okay. There's a lot of dead guys here. There we go. I wonder what this is listed at. A medium quest. Oh, hey. This feels like a weird quest to me. It's so many secret walls, and I'm just kind of aimlessly running around killing guys. I don't feel like I'm like, what is the goal here? I'm just opening walls and killing everything. Which I'm a fan of. There we go. What did it say? Slay Gwendolyn something? It said slay Gwydion Dogbane, and then I casted a thing at the chest, and I somehow completed it. Was there someone named Gwydion Dogbane right behind the chest that I killed, or was the chest named Gwydion Dogbane? So I'm really curious if this is going to be the most hated stream yet. I enjoyed it. I enjoy talking about things, but I could see it being more alienating. Boop, 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 boop. It was definitely a lot less focused on DDO. There we go. Okay, so I need to find the secret door there. How do I open this up? Oh, with the big old lever that's in the room. Okay, I thought I saw someone. I guess I was wrong. Guy's just dramatically swinging around a buster sword at no one. You okay? You're okay. Well, this room is cool all of a sudden. What is this? Get out of here, Agent Westbrook. Oh, gross. A giant rust monster. Whoa. Oh, Dwarf Hunter. I was like, why did we get experience? Yeah, because we're doing so many low-level quests today. We did like the most quests today that we've done of any day. And we haven't gotten a rank. Because we're mostly getting 0 experience. But it's all for the favor, right? Okay, is there a way to release this guy? Is there a lever? Can we kill the giant rust monster? And these Skoro? I think we're just done. Okay. Let's finish out. I guess I could literally walk through that door. But it's all good. Okay, that's another one done. Another one bites the dust. Have we ranked up again? We probably hit... Oh, we hit another favor threshold. Oh, we're close. We're close to the next total favor threshold. Where's the next quest area? There's one down here. Chamber of Insanity. Oh, it's a party. Oh, wait, no, it's not. It's just it's a Pale Master with a summon. Oh, for a second I was so touched. It's not here. Wait. Oh, is it the inn? Wait, how did we get here? Chamber of Insanity. How do I get there? How? Oh. Like that. Let's do it. By the way, I want to give a shout out. Okay? Let me find this out real fast. You know what? I'm going to find this out on my phone. I think it's Moors SBA. Is that your name? Let me look this up real fast. YouTube. My content. Videos. Oh, you've changed your name. Sorry. Colby. Thank you. Your comments were very nice.
The silence hanging in the chilled air of this compound is broken only by the unearthly groans of the cult's forgotten sacrifices.
I had a few streams in a row that I was like, oh man, these streams are all terrible. And then you had like really nice comments, and I was like, oh, okay. I feel a little bit better. Okay. What are we... Oh, there's a lever. Well, we know what's going to happen here. Let's, like, stand here. Here we go. That actually isn't exactly what I expected to happen. I thought we were going to have a bunch of fire. Not a little bit of garbage shoot at us and then a ghost come. A garbage ghost.
Paul rushes at you, gesturing madly with his hand, and raving in an infernal tongue.
Unfortunately, I suspect I went the right way. So we might do a dimension door at the end, just to see what we skipped. Also, this room looks like it... There's a path here. I don't see a way in. I don't know. Oh, another garbage room. You wait there. Ow. There you go. Hey, what's up? Get out of here. This is a shrine. Yeah, this is definitely a shrine. Shrines often have like the wooden door. Wait, did I not buff myself or did I get debuffed? Oh, are we not gonna have to backtrack? Is this a big square? This might be a big square around a central room. Ooh. Nice. Ow. Ow. It's all good. Hey, how's it going? Oh, Subway ad. Subway. I'm sorry. I'm not sponsored, but I kind of love Subway. I wish I could realistically have Subway every day. How are you doing? You just got in when you said, yeah. I'm a fan. I mean, I stopped eating their tuna. I stopped eating their tuna subs after the lab looked at it and found no discernible tuna DNA. But I like me some, I used to get their meatball subs, but now I just get BLT. I think the best fast food we have here is, I think we have something called Harvey's. Not to be confused with Arby's or Hardee's. Harvey's is really, really good. And A&W is pretty good. But A&W is definitely a step down from Harvey's. Harvey's is number one. But yeah, I do really like Subway. Subway is probably the fast food I've had the most in my life. Come on.
The last of the
There we go.
fades into nothingness, and suddenly the air gains back a measure of warmth.
Hmm.
In the distance, you hear stone grating against stone.
I haven't had Burger King since I was a kid. Here's the thing. I used to have it a lot as a kid, and I used to like it, but I had a really bad experience there, and so then for a long time, for like 20 years of my life, I was like, oh, Burger King's just bad. But the reality is, as an adult, I've had bad experiences at like McDonald's, but I don't think McDonald's itself is bad. It's just that sometimes you'll have shitty employees that just give you really gross stuff, and that's the deal everywhere. I've never had good Wendy's. I know people love Wendy's, so I'm not sure if I've just had bad luck with the places, because people always tell me Wendy's is good. I've never had good Wendy's. I like some, you know what? I like some things from KFC a lot. The things where I think KFC is actually the best. I think KFC is really good with their sandwiches. Like I think like the Twister is really good. And I don't often hear people talk about their sandwiches. I see people talk more about getting like the bucket of chicken or whatever. I'm not a big fan of KFC fries, although they have the gravy, which is good. But, yeah. KFC sandwiches are really good. It's like the most inoffensive, unspecial thing, but, to me, but might be... Oh, might be different because it's the other side of the world. I've heard a lot of McDonald's are pretty uniform. Like, they do have some cultural things in different places. Like, I don't know, you'll have like some Subways in different countries have like different sauces on certain burgers or whatever. Like, you go to Venezuela and has like a crazy cheese sauce or something. But in general, I think it's probably pretty, okay, we have to turn these in. Yeah. The McRocket? Never heard of it. There was a while here, there were like 3 weeks where in 1 week they had the spicy habanero McChicken, and then the next week they're like, that's not hot enough. Let's go with the spicy Scotch bonnet McChicken. And I was like, oh, cool. And it was still not spicy. And then the next week they're like, fuck it, ghost pepper McChicken. And that was the first one that started being a little bit spicy. It was less spicy than you would expect based on the names. Like, the ghost pepper McChicken was probably less spicy than you would expect a habanero one to be. But it was still kind of spicy. Harvey's has a ghost pepper mayo that's pretty spicy. Kranich smiles at you over the rim of his tankard before speaking to you. I'm very impressed with your work, Curlicus. Are you part of Deneth's Defenders Guild? No, I'm just good at what I do. Okay. Oh, it's like a fried snack. Did I pronounce it right or wrong? McDonald's. Okay, let me look this up. I need to look up what this even is. Oh, it's like croquette? Oh, is it the same as a croquette? Oh. Oh. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. You think it's a bit different? Okay. Excellent work, Sorcerer. Before I give you a reward, it must be made perfectly clear that you can speak of this matter to no one. That's fine. Okay. Well, I'll be damned. Judging from the looks of you, those caves really do exist. I knew it. What was it like? Did you find any remnants of its past inhabitants? I'm sorry. Where are my manners? I'm just so excited. Are you okay with what was down there? There were some giants and trolls, but they're all dead now. Okay. Oh, cool. Most impressive, Curlicus. I wasn't sure you'd actually be able to pull it off, but thank you. You're welcome. But you might want to invest in some more traps or something. Here we go. A slime. It's just slime in a bag of fried grows. You're definitely selling that product to me. Yeah, the worst is when you order from McDonald's. I get this sometimes here. It clearly depends on the employees you get. But every once in a while you'll order and you'll get like a McChicken or something that's super hard and cold or something, and you're like, dude, what happened was you pre-cooked this and then no customers came and you didn't want to make new ones. So you just gave me this old thing, and it's like, oh god. You just every once in a while I'll have to buy it, I'll take a bite and throw it out. Just like, I can't. This is not sellable. But normally it's decent. But yeah, I've had that a few times. I've had that happen a few times here. Let me see something. Okay, what quest do we have? Okay, we can do that. What are these? Hmm. You had a burger once that was so dry that you basically had to mix it with water a bit. Oh, God. This, though. This is the stuff in Canada. This is the fast food chain. Like, the burgers that are the closest to, like, not feeling fast foody, like, they actually feel like an actual burger. The fries are very good. Their poutine is the best poutine you can get in a fast food chain in here. I've never tried a New York fries poutine. Very, very good. Okay. Ulfgar has a permanent scowl etched on his face. Speak quickly. Trouble's well afoot, and it always falls to me to snatch the bacon from the proverbial fire. Are you here to help or gawk, boy? Speak up. I'm a man of action. Just tell me where... Wait, what in Zendrick are you talking about? Ulfgar runs a hand through his thick beard. A rube, eh? What the fuck? I'm trying to help you. Why are you calling me that? Perhaps this is a fortunate day for me. You know nothing of the trouble we face. Nothing at all. But I'm not sure I like where this is headed. Fear not. I do not expect you to set off on a dark and perilous path without hope of a reward. House Kundarak is wealthy and powerful, and we richly reward those who risk all in our service. And that is what you must be prepared to risk. I'm interested, all right. Don't be coy. Just say what you need. The man asked me to banish... Wait, the man asked me to banish coyness from my speech. Then coyness be gone. One of our digging enclaves in the hills, a long-term expeditionary camp, built to explore lucrative sites in the area, has suffered a disaster. As dwarves are too often inclined to do, we kept our troubles secret too long and tried to handle them ourselves. Now our hopes of recovering our investment are grim indeed. But your presence brings a glimmer of hope. I'm listening. Indeed you are, and I am grateful for your open yet careful demeanor. Ulfgar clears his throat. A week or 3 ago, an exploratory delve into the caverns of Zendrick ran afoul of trouble. The prospectors, diggers, miners, and appraisers on the dig all ran mad and disappeared. Worry was already spreading through the house when the branch bank at the dig site lost contact with our network. Lost contact? Aye. All House Kundarak banks are magically linked. They never just drop out of sight. But this one did. We dispatched a team of stout rangers, and they returned to us reporting the worst. The site has been overrun by the undead. We instructed them to seal the dig site and cordon off the area. Is this not a matter for the Silver Flame? Ulfgar laughs bitterly. Aye, the Silver Flame would raze our camp, burn our supplies, and destroy everything we gained from our labors, just to be safe. But the Lost Delvers were on the trail of incredible riches, precious to the ancient giant kings of Zendrick. And I will not sacrifice our stake to blind faith and fanaticism. We do not need the raging inferno of the Silver Flame. We need a clever fellow like yourself. You just called me a rube, and now you're calling me a clever fellow. Like yourself, to find out what happened to our explorers, perhaps even to destroy their bane and revive Kundarak's hopes of profit. Are you interested? I'll do it. How do we get started? You will not regret this. I shall arrange your passage to the outskirts of the dig site. Axelrod Gunnarsson waits there with his companions, guarding the fallen site and making sure that the undead stay contained. He will inform you further of the situation. You must trust Axelrod and do as he requires. Very well. Send me to the camp. Okay. Let me catch up on chat. You want poutine, but no one makes it here. It's very good. You forgot to say you sold some games, and with the money, you could complete this first 2 parts of a collection you've got. Wait, what kind of collection? Okay. Wait, what is this quest? Caverns of Koramar. Snorri Stonebeard? If you intend to enter the cursed outpost, you must first speak with Axelrod.
Only 2 dwarves can be seen in the survivors' camp. Fortunately, Axelrod appears to be one of them.
Unfortunately, the other one is Snorri. This land is claimed by House Kundarak, stranger, and there's not a speck of dirt here for prospectors, squatters, or freebooters. In fact, I can safely say that you'll find nothing here but death. You'd best leave at once. The coin lords sent me here to examine the excavation at Koromar. There are rumors that you have unleashed a great evil. Aye, and you learned this from the Coin Lords? That surprises me, for I thought House Kundarak had kept this debacle secret. 'Tis our way to sorrow... Okay. Let's try this again. I've been sent here by Ulfgar to Kundarak. Are you not in his service? Ulfgar sent you? Oh, host be praised. No offense if you follow the Silver Flame or some other faith, for I'm in no position to distinguish between rescuers. You are here to venture into the Koromar excavation. Yes, Ulfgar said it had fallen to evil. Let's see. You've been collecting figurines. Now you're basically done with the first 2 series of the, 4 out of 5 you want to go for. Cool. You ordered 20 plus for the 60 because you got lucky with a cheap site. Oh, nice. Aye, that was my finding. When the Koromar outpost stopped communicating with House Kundarak, my party was dispatched to investigate. The whole excavation has been completely overrun by undead. We could not learn more without exposing ourselves to great danger. So we've been hanging back and waiting for reinforcements, and here you are. Here I am, let me pass, and I'll do what I can to untangle this disaster. Fare you well in this terrible place. Speak with my compatriots to learn more about what you must do. We lost over 100 souls when the outpost was overrun. Those monsters were once living, breathing dwarves of Kundarak. If you wish to show them mercy, then destroy them. Destroy them all. Okay. Oh, I've already buffed myself.
Pylons topped with dim, ever-bright stones line a walkway that bears signs of recent carnage.
Oh, ghouls. Why did it have to be? I'm getting lag. I'm teleporting around. There we go. Boop. Oh, it didn't go. It didn't shoot down.
You spy a campfire beyond a ruined section of the giant aqueduct.
Okay, there's sewers here.
A chilling and noxious breeze wafts from the sewer. Large, gnomish turbines sit motionless atop the entrance, no longer pumping fresh air into the tunnels.
Okay, we need to find 3 more. I was like, you don't know if this is still a thing in Canada, but they don't really deliver in weekends till Tuesday. You're getting to... Oh, cool.
This stagnant pool of water has become a breeding ground. It seethes with liquid, and the outskirts of Koromar have been cleansed of
Nice.
all undead.
Okay, I guess we have to head in the sewers. This is a very different quest than the other Kundarak ones we've been doing. It's cool that you have these kind of crazy one-offs, though. Oh, is this telling us where we are?
The air here is heavy. An unidentifiable ooze leaks through the pools of ooze.
Oh my god, DM!
to life.
DM's saying shit way too fast. Okay. The air here is heavy with the aromas of decay and filth. Lichen and algae cover the walls, leaving a slick sheen. An unidentifiable ooze leaks through the sewer grates, collecting in small cracks and pools along the floor. The pools of ooze suddenly come to life. That sounds very much like what a DM would actually say in real life.
It appears that some of the undead workers from the surface have made their way into the sewers. The sewers turn sharply ahead. The offensive stench does not relent, though the sound of rushing dread fills your stomach as the murky green water froths beneath your feet.
This gives real adventure vibes for sure. Let's surf up. Okay, there we go. Yoink. I accidentally thread the needle between the two of them. I was trying to hit them both. You kind of love the dungeons in DDO. Yeah, I really, really dig this. There's just also a lot of variety. Like, I know we've seen this aesthetic a lot, There's a lot of quests that look like this, especially in the old quests. But the newer quests for sure have
Things
very
the
different
color of
vibes.
Midnight creep along the floor and walls.
It's just a shame that so many of the free quests have this vibe. You should give it a try with a friend. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would recommend it. You also seem like... Here's the thing. The tough thing about getting into this game actually seems like something you'd be fine with. Because this game... The hardest part of this game is kind of building your characters.
A hallway thick with
And-
spider webs stretches before you.
Based on how you like play games like Elden Ring and stuff, I
Rushing
imagine...
water below drains into grates, but a hollow, bubbling noise betrays the presence of a tunnel near the drains.
You seem like you'd be kind of a technical person, and that would probably fit within your vibe.
Sleeping glass spiders dangle from their webs up ahead. You'd best watch your step. The Koromar sewers have been cleansed of the glass spider infestation.
Here we go. Personally, your favorite part of Dark Souls games? Oh, it is. Seeing your characters work out as planned. Yeah, this game has very, very complex character build. Well, when I say complex, I don't mean it's like...
Here the sewer. The
Oh God, what did he even
sewers
say?
have been cleansed of all undead.
Here the sewer abruptly ends. You see no sign of an exit from this section of the tunnels. I don't mean it's really complex in like a super overwhelming sense, although it can be overwhelming at first. But it's complex in that you have a lot of options. Like the fact that you can multi-class at every level, it gives you a lot of real freedom with builds. And the fact that you have channels like StrimTom, that his channel, like he does a lot of things on his channel, but it's largely focused around theory crafting builds and just showing like, hey, you can play a character like this and it's actually really good. And he's probably like one of the biggest, if not the biggest, DDO content creator. And it's largely because he's really delved into that aspect of the game. Okay, is this the
Ropes
entrance?
dangle into the sewer from a grating within the outpost. Though slick with algae, the ropes appear climbable.
Okay.
Reanimated corpses and other foul beasts infused with Some of the undead are bearing
Oh my
rusted
God.
digging implements or wearing tattered Kundarak insignia. This was the fate of the dwarves who never escaped the dig.
Okay. Reanimated corpses with other foul beasts infused with negative energy plague the outpost courtyard. Yeah, I'm definitely triggering the narrator way too quickly. That's exactly what you love about Elden Ring. It's like theoretically this build would destroy things, then you try it and it's like God. Yeah, and the thing that's really cool about this, the fact that you have that you can
These
multi-class.
ever-bright pylons glow with a dim and uncertain light, as if their enchantments have been eroded by more powerful magic.
The thing that's cool about this is you'll get in situations where it's like, man, this character would be really good, but they have this one deficiency that is kind of a deal breaker. And then you're like, well, I guess if I put in like 2 levels of favored soul, I'll be able to hit this, and that will actually fix that problem, and all of a sudden this character is awesome. So if you really get into the theory crafting, you can make really strong characters that are like, oh man, if I get the like to hit bonus from this class, then I can really like, oh, I can become a really high damage dealer with this class, and it only requires like 3 points in this tree from this other place that you wouldn't expect. Or, you know, like there's lots of stuff like that. Got the gold key. Okay, we're still missing 5 in the courtyard. We're probably up here. Oh, I think I see someone. And they've also added some universal trees. The universal trees you either need to buy or unlock. But there's certain universal trees, which every class has. And with some of these trees, like, you can then incorporate...
Fog rises from a tunnel here. The specter
Okay.
of you destroyed at Dorgar, the grudge bug.
Oh my god, I'm just going through the dialogue. some of these trees will then open themselves up to creating builds in like almost any class. Notably the Inquisitive. It's like the Inquisitive fits so many classes. You also love when things have a domino effect in characters. Like when you have low HP and it boosts your attack, which then boosts your arcane weapon, which in turn makes your attacks do 3 times damage. Yeah. Yeah, when you figure those things out.
Destroy the undead haunting the courtyard.
I'm trying to think if there's... I'm sure there's examples of that in this. Here's an example. You'll get situations where you're like, I can use my feats to get meta magic skills, which increase my damage by like, you know, upwards, whatever. It like doubles my damage if I have these active. But the problem is that they cost a lot. But then you're like, oh, but if I get this, then all of a sudden I'm mitigating the cost because I'm now regenerating spell points. And so all of a sudden, because I'm, you know, have these two things in tandem, I can basically just do double damage. So stuff like that. Okay, discover the evil within the dig site. The tunnel is blocked. There we go.
A massive sprawl of excavation sites is spread out before you. Scattered packs of undead lurch along the paths that connect the dwarven shafts descending into the earth.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the MMO I've seen that has the most complex character building. And by complex, I shouldn't say complex, because complex can be a negative thing. I should say it has the most options for character building. Like the most directions you can go.
This is the easternmost excavation site. They find clues within.
Okay, let's search the eastern. You've been trying ESO, which has been enjoyable. Elder Scrolls Online is one of the MMOs I've had trouble getting into. So the good thing about this game is it is really a lot of action combat.
Glow from behind a group of ancient pillars helps light the way through the tunnel.
So like jumping around and dodging and stuff like that, like keeping mobile, jumping around, being in the air a lot really helps you. The downside is that this MMO has too much lag, and action combat plus lag sometimes it hasn't been that big of a problem for me, but there definitely is lag.
Vision assails your mind in which a wizened giant pours crystal clear water into ceremonial urns. The vision is intense and vivid, but it fades within moments.
And when I'm saying lag, I'm not saying performance lag on your computer. I'm saying there's server lag sometimes, which obviously can be a downside in a action RPG.
The wizened giant blesses and anoints another at an altar, while a host of acolytes chants softly. The vision quickly passes.
Yeah, like the reason most MMOs aren't action MMOs, really, is because they have those systems where you can like queue up attacks.
The wizened giant lying dead upon his own altar. Around him, the once sanctified urns are overflowing with crimson blood. The horrific vision finally passes.
Yeah, you can queue up attacks, and they kind of work on the timers, and so it's less complex to run, and it's less of an issue, especially for PvP, if you have some lag. Whereas games like New World are a lot harder to balance and make them fluid because naturally latency becomes an issue. And when you have a really like New World has very in certain ways is like quite Dark Soulsy in combat, right? Like it has like all of those like rolls and stuff that are useful. But with latency, then timing, those kind of interactions can be tough.
Jumbled visions of befouled water and a tainted altar flash through your mind.
Oh, wait, what do you get that from? Hey there. Goodbye. But yeah, this is definitely in my top 5 MMOs ever, and it is likely in my top 3. And I don't think I would have said that a few months ago. But now that I've started it again, and I can really see it, like, For what it is, I'm really into it. And the other ones that are at the top of my list, I don't think are as fun. Probably. I think it might be the most fun one.
All the urns within the dig site are blessed, though the curse on the altar remains. The altar of Kalelan, the holy prayer, a visible blast of negative energy. The torrent of evil soon falters and fades, leaving only peace in its wake.
Like, specifically like EverQuest. I don't know that EverQuest is the most fun, but I love the world, the exploration in that. It's just such a massive world with so much going on. Oh, hey, guys. So do we have to cleanse... Wait, search the... How come it said search the eastern dig site? And we're not done that. Because these all connect with the same place, right?
There appears to be some kind of magical device on the ledge above.
Okay.
You shudder as a sense of impending doom pervades your mind.
Okay, we'll be back. Gotta check something real fast.
Chills go down your spine as you approach the central dig site. You spy a book resting on nearby crates.
Okay. Dig site exterior. Is this eastern? That's the one that we did.
Before the excavation was overrun, the dwarves unearthed these massive stone steps leading deep into the earth. This is the northernmost excavation site. You may find clues within.
Okay. This is the northernmost? Yep.
The air seems difficult to breathe, as if it is thinner here than elsewhere in the excavation.
Here we go. I have no clue if this game has like...
You think you hear a regretful voice moaning, "The mirror is the prison. It must be set aright."
I have no clue if this has like European servers or if they're just global servers or what. Okay. What is our mail? Did we get faction up? Oh, we got DDO points, right? For hitting 2400.
At the end of a long corridor, you see an enormous eye staring from the lid of an upright sarcophagus into an oddly angled mirror.
Okay. An eye?
The philosopher's mirror has been angled so it perfectly reflects the face on the sarcophagus.
Okay. I would hope so. Okay, I need to buff myself again. Okay, we're back in this room. What is... Oh, look where we are. So why is it not checking these off, though? Did I ever search over here? I don't think I did. Wait, did I? Oh.
The tattered journal reveals that the
Oh!
northern dig site contains the tomb of the philosopher.
At last, we have achieved a breakthrough. I mean this literally, for our diggers broke through a collapsed tunnel and into a burial chamber earlier today. The chamber is very odd and bears further description. The central sarcophagus is inscribed with a single word, philosopher, written in Grant script, with naught else to identify its owner. On its lid, a cunningly carved face peers curiously towards a mirror at the foot of the sarcophagus. The mirror has been shaken loose from its frame, perhaps by an ancient earthquake, and no longer reflects the carved face properly. I think the philosopher must be angry about this, for our workers have reported voices and vibrations from the earth beneath the chamber, but neither I nor my brother Horace can lift the enormously heavy mirror from its seat. Even the mighty Oglethorpe, whose strength has served us well, has been unable to budge the monstrous thing. Okay. Okay, so I gotta check the other one. I've gotta check the eastern dig site. Oh, timpanis. That's not a timpani, is it? Is that just a bass drum? I don't know. Okay. Where is this? Where is this? Did I just see it? I did.
The tattered journal at the eastern dig site describes ominous events surrounding the altar of Kalilan.
The health and well-being of our explorers continues to deteriorate. Many diggers have deserted camp after complaining of evil nightmares and daytime visions. We are forced more and more often to rely on Oglethorpe, who alone is willing to delve into the deepest chambers we have uncovered, and who somehow frightens his men into following him. They have reported the discovery of a desecrated altar, which Oglethorpe calls the altar of Kalilan. I have not dared to ask him where he's learned its name, for Oglethorpe knows nothing of the giant etchings or how to translate them. He drinks too much at night, and sometimes I expect to wake up and find him gone from the camp. I do not know whether he would flee into the jungle or the ruins that have captured his thoughts. Okay. Let's get out of here. Where's the exit? Okay, so we've done eastern and northern. Okay, where's the western one? There it is. I presume. Or is that? Oh no. There's the western one. Leg. Leg.
This is the westernmost excavation site. You may find clues within.
Okay.
An alien impulse rushes into your mind. A door seals this well-lit
The flame must
tunnel.
burn once
At the
more.
far end, your eyes are also drawn to a dark alcove.
A dark alcove. Nothing here. Keep my eyes out.
As you near the landing, you see several tunnels leading away from an underground lake. Two zombies guard a conspicuous door at the far side of the cavern.
Come on, come on. Where are you? There we go. Oh, you jerk. Oh, well, you're dead. There's a chest there. Okay, does this connect to the central dungeon thing? we go. Nice.
The flame of Turian burns steadily once again.
Okay.
A feeling of peace spreads through the room.
Disconnect back to the main area. Okay, I need to go back and find that. Whoa, what is this?
A brilliant light illuminates a heavy tome on a lectern. The lectern is spotless, as if recently and lovingly polished.
Okay, I tried. Okay, let's read that manuscript. Also, can I swim here? Is this gonna hurt, right? I thought it would hurt, but I guess not. It looked too purple to not hurt. Oh, leg.
The specter of a dead prospector drifts aimlessly through the cavern. You destroyed Oglethorpe, the prospector.
Oh, it's Oglethorpe. I read about you. I thought we were gonna fight Oglethorpe in the last room based on the writings. Okay, what did I miss? I missed here, right?
The tattered journal relates the strange history of the Flame of Turian, located somewhere in the western dig site.
Okay. Translations of the etchings lead us to its name. To name this brazier, the Flame of Turian, after keeping the giant summoner. After the giant summoner who was once its keeper. The brazier was empowered by magical conduits which have been disordered and severed. Its flame would have burned perpetually when these conduits were whole. But Turian's flame has probably not been lit in many ages. The etchings suggest that the Flame of Turian has properties of demon banishing. And given the disturbing events of the other dig sites, we have considered relighting it, but none of us have been able to restore Turian's magic. The etchings depict him as a charismatic and powerful mage, much akin to a modern-day sorcerer. 'Tis a pity our camp sorcerer is a half charlatan at best, without the charisma to bend a frog to his will. So clearly, to light all these, you need to hit certain stat markers, right? So for the mirror, we had to have high enough strength. For this, we need high enough charisma. I forget what was the first thing that we did? I forget what the first one was. We had to interact with a, wait, I'm going the wrong way. We had to, like, cleanse a... We had to, like, cleanse a pillar, right? I mean, what do you call it? A shrine. So... But I worry about these because I don't have gear buffing these, so I might not actually be able to deal with the last one. If it's, like, requires dexterity or something. If I didn't respec, I'm sure I could have... I mean, if I didn't reincarnate, I could have probably done them all. Okay, and last one. Over here.
From this vantage point, you can see the walls of the Koromar outpost looming in the distance. This is the southernmost excavation site. You may find clues within.
Okay. Hopefully between me and my hireling we got this.
Supports reinforce the entryway of this dig site. Ever-bright lanterns hang from the ceiling and cast wavering shadows on the walls.
There we go.
You hear a faint whisper. The way to order is the way of the Codex. You feel an unsettling desire to fling yourself bodily into the pit. It seems to beckon you forward.
Okay, I'll do that soon. Secret door? Oh, so flat. Flat things, I'm always like, secret door, secret door, secret door.
are dizzied by the stench of rotting and singed flesh wafting from the depths of this pit.
Is Wraith Boy gonna show up or did he die? Oh, hey there. Goodbye, Flesh Render or Fire Reaver or whatever you were.
The tattered journal describes the discovery of the mysterious Da'anvi Codex at the southern dig site.
Colvis and I made an amazing discovery that forced us to call upon Agatha Anvil Iron. She is far from easygoing, but her knowledge of the ancient giant magic is unmatched. Agatha translates the name of the discovered tome as the Da'anvi Codex, and says it contains secrets of planar magic never before found in the relics of the giant kingdom. And giant kingdoms. Could these giants have been trying to avert the disaster that engulfed their race? Or did they perhaps bring on that disaster themselves through their experiments? In either case, the Da'anvi Codex is a powerful relic of law capable of holding the chaotic influences of much darker planes at bay. We dare not tinker with such powers until we study them further. Therefore, Agatha has agreed to seal the tome away from anyone who lacks her formidable intelligence. Okay.
As the words from the exposed page of the Da'anvi Codex are spoken aloud, a sense of perfect order floods the area.
Nice. We got them all. Okay, take care, Emily. Nice seeing you. Get some good rest. I'm going to log off pretty soon, too. I won't be on tomorrow because it's my nephew's birthday, but I'll be back on Sunday. Okay, take care. Okay, where do we go? We hop down, right? Oh, we can pull this now.
With a flip of the magical switch, the barrier into the great arena lowers. The beholder sees with ancient evil. This must surely be the bane. You killed those 6. The beholder.
Nice. Anti-magic is so mean. Oh, we got Beholder Slayer. Nice. That's gonna be a hard one to get, right? Where is it? Yeah, progress 6 out of 6. How many does it require? 1,200 beholders? You like never see beholders. Oh, hey. 2 more to get the first level. Oh, you can get a beholder creature companion. That is awesome. I want one. I want one so bad. Okay. Let's finish out. Rizix. I got leveled down. I'm only level 18. Gross. That's not epic at all. That's just completely heroic. Ulfgar looks ecstatic to see you. Kurlikis, my heroic friend, Axelrod's report has already reached my joyous ears, but I must confirm it for myself. Can it possibly be true? You descended into our excavation and slew a beholder. The misbegotten spawn of Zoriat haunts Koromar no more. Beholder is dead, but Koromar is still thick with evil. I think you should renounce your ambitions there. Ulfgar smiles broadly. Of course, of course. I shall deliver your opinion to my superiors along with the strongest concurrence. I am sure they will see the wisdom of abandoning Koromar. You need never concern yourself about this matter again. Now I believe I owe you a fine reward. I believe you do. I'm sure I trust this guy. Okay. Okay. Let's look at our patrons. How are we doing? We're getting pretty close to Favored Soul. We're getting pretty close with House K. I think generally with most of these houses, I'm aiming for this tier, the 150 tier. Because I think anything... I don't know if you can get... You might be able to get the higher tier, but if you do, I don't think it gives you actual, like, account or character rewards. Okay, let's check our mail real fast. Wait, where is the mailbox? It's over here. Okay. Today felt pretty productive. We did a lot of things. Bam. Probably... Hopefully didn't alienate too many people. Anyways. I think I'm going to call it there. I have some stuff I need to do. I will not be back tomorrow, probably, unless I'm back tomorrow night, maybe. Because I am going to celebrate my nephew's birthday. But I'll be back on Sunday. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I hope you have a wonderful evening. If you're interested, please consider giving me a follow or, you know, sub on YouTube, etc. Here are my socials. And I typed it wrong because I'm dumb. Socials. Bam. And I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. Take care. Mwah.